Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, May the 28th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Quick sound check, please. Thank you, Bob. Yes, yes, so you guys can see my screen and you can hear me. Okay, a little bit of excitement already. Look at Clove. Clove just popped up. Of course, a Reddit stock, WSB stock. They're getting a hold of it again. AMC looked like it was going to start to give up a bit, but has come back with a strong, look at this, it popped off 29, just about 29, 28.91, right back up to 30.79. I still have this one. I have no idea when I'm going to get rid of it. Cost also was moving earlier. This is just to me, it's a way more difficult trade because of that float. I mean, this can go. This is incredibly whippy. You catch it right, awesome. But if you catch it wrong, look out. So, I'm not. I mean, it's got a tremendous gap right now going, but I don't know. A little bit tough for me. MOXC, another one. Is it holding? Actually, it's not now. Okay, so this had gapped up all the way up to 19. Wow. Really giving it up now. So this is not a gap up anymore. This is a gap down. PRV, well, the long halt is over. It was halted all day yesterday. The initial reaction was really positive, and then reality set in. So I mean, when it came out of the halt, it got up to 13, right back down to 9. VTNR. So this had a big day yesterday. I think it was some kind of a merger or an acquisition. I believe it was an acquisition. And then this morning, big price target, aggressive price target put on by Wainwright. Wait for it, $25. So that's what they put in, a very aggressive price target of $25 for VTNR. HPQ is an earnings play. HPQ is an earnings play. A gap down on earnings. So that's a big gap down right now, guys. Let's take a look at what the next low looking left. 30.02 right there on the daily chart is the next low looking left. If it takes that out, then the next low is around 29. So has a little bit of room. Yext. YEXT is a gap up on earnings. Just give me a moment, please. I think I've lost my... Just give me one moment, please. I think I've lost my sound here. WKHS. I don't know if this is one of those WHV stocks. I really don't know. When I looked at the float, I thought, yeah, it should be because of that 31% short float. But anyway, over 10. Could get interesting. Had a great day yesterday. Over 10. Probably the resistance is around 13. HGen, guys. HGen. I don't think there's very much volume. Yeah, not very much volume yet. 94,000 shares. I think they've submitted to the FDA emergency use application. I believe that is the news. It's a virus play, COVID play. But they haven't been granted it. They've just submitted an application. How about this one? I'm sure nobody was in this one. GoAd. Craziness yesterday. Got up to 16 or 17. So today they announced the financing at $2.25. Hopefully nobody was in this one holding. I don't think there's very much volume on this, but I did see some news on this one. LFMD, class action suit has been dropped, a couple of them. So that is a little bit of news. There's not very much volume yet, but it might pick up. That's LFMD. It's a low float, 17.5 million in the float. Ha, 100? Sure, why not, Martin? LIZI was a little active this morning. Let me take a look to see what it's doing. LIZI. Yeah, it's still active. Trades higher after its new podcast app has been recommended by Apple's App Store as one of the featured apps, making it to be the first Chinese podcast app to be recommended by the App Store in the China market. So there is your news on Lizzie. Big lots, guys. I didn't see this one. This is actually an earnings play. Is that right? Pre-market, May 28th. Yeah, it's an earnings play. Big lots, BIG. Oh man, where are you going today, AMC? EXPR is another WSB play. Little pop here. What a day for the Reddit crew, or what a week for the Reddit crew, my goodness. Yeah, let's take a look at, boy, what an awful looking daily chart for big. Look at this daily chart. This is just hideous for BIG. Yeah, well, it's another one, right? BlackBerry's another one. BB, another one that is part of the Reddit crew. I'm going to just call it the Reddit crew, guys. WSB. All right, it is now 9:13. I'm going to do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. See if there's anything kind of interesting. What? They haven't sent it to me yet. So a little news on NKLA. Well, news, some analysts, but the price target they were putting on wasn't that great. I think it was like 18. You know, we want to have like a $100 price target. But seriously, the price target wasn't that great. Not that it means everything, but as opposed to the VTNR, when Wainwright putting on a $25 price target. Interesting, I don't have my upgrades and downgrades delivered to me yet. What time is it? It is 9:14. Okay, a little bit of news here for fat guys, fat brands. Not very much volume yet, but it did spike on the news. PepsiCo and Fat Brands Inc.'s exclusive partnership. Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, I know you're kind of kidding, but it is the markets are closed on Monday. U.S. markets are closed on Monday. Yay! So I get a 3-day holiday. Yeah. See what happens today regarding volumes and all of that. By the way, guys, I knew it was going to happen, but we had a promo code, of course, that trades Test Drive 25. We have a new one. Of course, it's for Memorial Day, and it is for 25% off. So it is Memorial 25, Memorial all in capital letters. That is the promo code. And you'll get 25% for that one. So I'll just pop that into the YouTube room. So yeah, go to my homepage, click on my homepage link, and then you can apply the discount to get 25% off the first month only or the entire year. Is that the all-time high? I guess it looks like it started trading as AMC. At least we go back to 2013. And there is, you're right, there's the all-time, well, according to our charts anyway, all-time high is 35.65. Well, it's possible. I mean, obviously it has a mind of its own right now. I don't know if anybody's really looking at that all-time high back, that's almost 6 years ago. In fact, it's over 6 years ago, 2015. If you're talking, okay, so Robin, are you talking about the gap continuation or reverse? It can't be done because the gap is the first print of the day, so you have to wait till 9:30. That's the definition of the gap, so it's not going to work. Not like if you change it, then it does not become the gap continuation or reverse. Now you can use, I've got my gap ups and gap downs. Those are available from my homepage, okay? These are the four scans that I use in the pre-market, but the gap continuation, you can't change it because, the definition of the gap is the first print of the day. And that first print doesn't happen until after 9:30, so you cannot change it. That makes sense? BCRX is on the move here, guys. BCRX is on the move, and this is almost an all-time high. There's the all-time high up here, I guess, 1683. BCRX on the move. BBIG merger? I haven't heard anything about that. So how is FAT doing? FAT is, the volume is still very, very light. So a deal with PepsiCo, with Pepsi-Cola, PEP, P-E-P. So some kind of a deal they've got going with FAT, with PEP. Very low float. So I mean, guys, when this market opens, I mean, it could explode. Well, Yahoo, guys. I don't know what to say. Yeah, we need a separate AMC tab. I'm going to just do a quick check to see again if the upgrades and downgrades have been popped in. Interesting. I mean, this is the first time in years that I haven't had my from briefing.com the upgrades and downgrades in the my email in years. Well, costs, I just have a tougher time with this one. Just because of the float, you know, I mean, it's fabulous if you get into it, you know, and it works because then that float can really drive it up. I mean, it's up 14% now. What's AMC? I mean, AMC probably is only up. Well, AMC is up 20%. You know, with that float, I mean, listen, it'll still be whippy. Excuse me, guys, sorry. But cost, just give me a moment, please. Yeah, well, I know there are people that are not in AMC, so I do have to temper my enthusiasm a little bit, but I mean, it's pretty exciting, I have to admit. Thank you, Praz. I don't know why it didn't come to my email, that's all. I know I could go to briefing.com, but I'm lazy. I mean, it usually gets right sent to my email, so don't know why. No. It's possible it is. No, that's a bigger list usually. I see what you're looking at. It's a more concise email that I get, but that's okay. I mean, that's good too. Sorry, guys. I am just kind of watching some of my thumbnail charts to see if anything else is moving. Keep thinking that this Otley, O-T-L-Y, may, here's that high right there. Look what it did. It got right to that, to the high of the second day of its IPO, and then it just kind of stalled. Keep thinking that if it can take that high out, which is 23.25, I still have a price alert set there. So if it takes that out, it could get it rolling. Hi, Joe. Good morning. Yeah, Barrett, it doesn't make sense. I mean, in theory, it doesn't make sense. You know what's going on, it makes sense, but in theory, it does not make sense if you're just looking at pure fundamentals, etc. But seeing if anything else is sneaking in. This Hexo, guys, Hexo is also alive here, Canadian stock, U.S. on the U.S. exchange, but a Canadian company, Hexo. By the way, guys, I actually am trying the new build today. This 5.5, I'm trying it today. Looks like the column thing is sort of solved for me. Okay, and just to give you an idea, so this is what happens. New and dock channel bar, new dock window. So what that looks like, something like this. So here's an example. So see how this is now a big container? So what I did was I opened up from the channel bar. You can't do it yet. I opened up from the channel bar the sector status window. So this is like a big container now. And you can also then put your individual windows. You can add them here if you want, but you can also create your own container with your individual windows and then save them to your layout. So you can, and so I can minimize this now, bring it up anytime. So the bottom line is, I mean, for me, it's not a huge deal, but because I'm able to pin windows, etc. But you can now have, certainly you can have a layout from the channel bar open as well as your own layout. Of course, a Siri. Of course, we're watching them. Well, guys, we are going to open in less than a couple of minutes. So what I want to do is I want to get set for this open. So I minimize these windows. Slightly new look for the Brokerage Plus. Again, this is the new build. These are the buy and sell buttons. I've got this sort of 3D look now. Just rearranging some things. All right, everything's set on my other windows now. Getting ready for this open. We are open in less than 40 seconds. Less than 40 seconds now. Just give me a moment, please. All right, guys, we're now on. Wait a minute, I jumped the gun. I thought we were open now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We are now open. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. Bit of a one, yeah. Now, again, nothing will happen and, oh. Okay, I guess they sort of shrunk down a bit. There we go. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. Nothing will happen in my gap up, my gap continuation until 9:45. Yours will start to trigger if you haven't made the change. Well, guys, now I'm just going to put dollars instead of for my price alerts, whole numbers. Wow. Look at the volume that came in. Look at the volume. So you're right. I mean, the all-time high is what, 35, 36, or whatever you said back in 2014. Let me just do a, why not, I'm going to just put a price alert there. And there's cost, guys. Again, a little more dangerous because of the float. But if you can handle the risk, I mean, it did, you know, it got up to $130, actually more, about $170 pre-market one day. But you got to be able to handle, I mean, I wouldn't take very many shares because of that. Wow, I think we're at an all-time high. There we go, all-time high. Just like that. 35.65, all-time high now for AMC. Crazy, 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 crazy. Okay, bit of a sell-off here, but let's see what happens if he regains it. Anyway, I listen. I do not want to just concentrate on WSB, or WSB AMC. I'm sure there are other things happening. I'm just going to wait for. There's Fubo, guys. I know some of you were in Fubo. Fubo is. I don't know if this is another Wall Street bet stock, but I mean, look at it. Big short float percent, 21%. Fubo, great 2 days. Continuation now. There's Otley, guys. You're probably right, Bernd. There's Otley, O-T-L-Y, so is now above. Now, will it stay there? Again, I'm not saying to take this one just because it broke it. Let's see how it trades. Meanwhile, what are we, back in 2002 or 3 or whenever? BlackBerry, look at BlackBerry also. Yeah, Beyond Meat for sure, another one. It's a little more expensive, but BCRX, another Look at the short float. I mean, these are all these high short float percentages, guys. So they don't all have to be low floats, but that short float percent is just driving these things. And as you say, Casa, BCRX. The only issue is, are they going to spread themselves too thinly? I would like them come on, guys, just concentrate on AMC. 'How often do they? Every 30 seconds. Okay, the topless windows every 30 seconds. Another one, guys, MVIS. I know it's hard to concentrate on anything else when all this is happening. I mean, this is not going to be forever, but look at MVIS. I have an alert. I mean, 1676 is the high. Looks about 3 weeks ago, maybe 4 weeks ago. Takes that out. I mean, look at the space it's got. "30 seconds to longer? No." Never heard that one before. Usually people want it updated more frequently, but no. Yeah, I'm sure BBW is going again. That's another one, guys. Got to pay attention to these. I mean, we might laugh about this Wall Street bet stuff, but I mean, they've got control of a lot of these. And there it goes, guys. There's MVIS. All right, guys. Yeah, somebody mentioned open. Here's the Wall Street Bets channel right here. Okay, so this is the new version. You do not have access to do it. I think that it might be released next week. This version 5.5. So you can see we've got containers going now. Wow, they've really got a hold of BlackBerry. I wanted to say blueberry. BlackBerry, they've really got a hold of this one. I'm surprised, a little bit surprised. Next high looking left is 1252. Well, guys, MVIS, I mean, this is just, it's got the look. 1675, that was the high, right, 2 days ago, 1675. It's got all this potential void fill. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but my goodness, I mean, look Look at the volume coming in. It's not a low float, but it's that high short float, excuse me, that high short float percent. Keep an eye on VTNR also. I mean, I don't think this is a Wall Street bet stock, but VTNR is super aggressive. What I'm going to do, I'm going to stick an alert, 650 or so, super aggressive price target put on it by Wainwright. Well, you have to go to their forum. I mean, I can't, I mean, you know, you just know from the past that some of these are. And we know that BB and MVIS, of course, GME and AMC, you have to go to their forum. Somebody told me that BCRX was something that they're following now too. A lot of these ones with the high short float percent. Minute, guys. Getting my last caffeine load for the day. All right, okay, okay, so it dropped down. So VTNR, just noticing that it showed up in the options scanner, but it did drop down. So, you know, stick an alert maybe around, I don't know, 6:30 or so. See if I can get that back. I mean, it's been pretty choppy. So some sell-offs now, and probably in the MVIS, certainly the AMC. Let's see if BB is selling off right now. Yeah, so we have some topping tails now. Somebody's talking about Root. Look at Root. Yes, look at Root here. Well, it's on a low float, but a high short float percent. I mean, you're getting the, I mean, you can just see what's happening here. Again, I don't know if this is a WSB stock or not, but 22%. I think for me, anything over 15% is a high short float percent. So, you know, you're talking 22 or 22.8% right here. All right, 9:44. What time is it? 9:44. Another 5 seconds for 9:45. So I'm going to see if we get anything from the gap continuation or reverse. Probably get something right off the bat. And we have a halt. I'm sorry, haven't been following the halts yet. So Zevo, wow, got halted on the way down, or resumed. Okay, gap down and go for SLCA. A gap down and go. A gap down and it keeps going down. Let's take a look left. What do we see? We see 967 is the next low looking left. Sorry, maybe not. Yes, actually 1036. So there might be a little bit of support in this area for it. Maybe. But this, as we speak, this is a gap down and go. Now, I haven't looked at I don't even know what the market's doing. So the tech's up, Dow's up. Okay, so what I'd be also watching for then are the gap down and reverses as long as the market remains relatively strong. Well, this is moving smartly down now. SLCA. All right. Well, that news regarding fat really didn't juice it that much. Not very much volume. All right, this one was halted and now just resumed. Free line, wow, FRLN, fairly low flow, 32 million in the float. There's a 200-day moving average. That's far enough away. FRLN, guys, this there's the VTNR, and it's also an AI alert if you have the AI. Saying it's a little bit choppy, but well, so this one just getting slammed here after when you look at the headline, it looked like it was approved, but you really got to read that, get into the news release about it. A lot of vagueness. Anyway, PRVB. I mean, because look, when it was unhalted. Actually, it might have been unhalted after hours yesterday, but then this morning, look at this big pop up to 13, cascading down. Yeah, it was not a clear approval. It was not like the big stamp. All right, guys, sorry, I'm just looking at some other charts here. The VTNR is a little bit whippy. Well, not a little bit. It's very, very whippy. How can you tell it's whippy? Take a look at it on. Take a look at it on the 15-minute chart, pre-market. See, I mean, it was kind of... Look at these bottoming tails and topping tails. I mean, the bodies are fairly looking like a consolidation, but these topping tails and bottoming tails just kind of give me pause here. Now there's Hexo, guys. So Hexo, pretty good one from the AI so far. Not really paying too much attention to the AI, but if you have it, pretty good one so far. Looks a little cleaner than the VTNR. Meanwhile, SLCA. Wow, what's happening? Yeah, once upon a time, Bed Bath and Beyond was a WSB stock. What is it doing? Yeah, well, it's, you know, they're probably looking at it right now also. Look at the float, guys. Look at that short float, 30%. Okay, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Sorry, I was on mute. I've been watching this VSTM. If you've been in the room for the last 4 days, we've been kind of watching this VSTM, seeing if it can take this area out right here. It may be today, but it's still, you know, still how much volume? Decent volume. You know, there were the highs, 408, 405, 406, 406. We're at 407. You can just sort of see that if it can just gain any traction, get into 415, 420, then it can really start attacking this void. Ah, okay, JC, good. That's something I cannot help you with, JC. I don't know if that's a question or just a statement. Okay, so something like that, you might want to have to go, I mean, I can't answer it. So you might have to go to go to our homepage and see if somebody else can help you there. Okay, I'll give you the homepage link. Okay. I don't have E-Trade at all, so, but there are guys who are using E-Trade at Trade Ideas, so maybe they can help you, okay? Wow, cost, guys. I mean, I really... Boy, this is, I mean, it's so tempting, so tempting. Look at this. What's my take on it? Well, I don't know what to say. I mean, obviously, it's just, You know, the Wall Street boys have got a hold of this. It almost got to an all-time high. You know, if you have to believe this. You believe the story that there are way more shorts out there than are being reported. That's my take on it. And I'm in it. I mean, I make no bones about it. I've been in it since 20, so. In it since 15. I sold a lot. A couple of, maybe, how long ago? 3 days ago. Before 20. Yesterday, when it popped over 20, I added basically all my position back. So. Wow, PRVB, just a devastating. Yeah, it is shortable. Doesn't say it wasn't approved, but it was really, really like, okay, like begrudgingly, sort of, okay, we're sort of okay with what you're doing, but it needs a lot more work, something to that effect. Is PLTR moving? Somebody mentioned PLTR. That is another, yeah, it's another Wall Street bet stock. Big, the huge difference really is, I mean, it's got a big float, 1.4 billion in the float. I mean, GMC has got half a billion, a little less than half a billion. So, but this one's got 1.4 billion in the float. So it's going to take a bunch to move it. Okay, guys, this is a gap down and reverse for Eaton. Did see some news on it this morning. I didn't mention it. I don't think the volume was great, so I didn't really talk about it. But Eaton gap down. Now this is a gap down and reverse for Eaton, ETON. You got, yeah, just be, you know, if you're going to take this cost, just be really careful because of that float, okay? It's a relatively expensive stock, $28 with that sort of a float. I mean, you can have, you know, you can go up and down $4 just like that. So be very careful. Meanwhile, BlackBerry's actually been kind of the best one. Hasn't had any severe pullback yet. Not on the 15s anyway. Wow, this is a good one. I mean, I'm sort of distracted, if you can understand why. But Casa Cal. This is an earnings play. This is a gap down and go. 24.28 was the trigger. 23.87 now. Yeah, I think if AMC just takes out this high right there, you know, these little 2 minutes, could get it rolling again. Well, Naked was another one. Yeah, I mean, they had a hold of it, got it up to 340. All right, guys, here's another one, HPQ. Now, this is a gap down and go. Also, this is an earnings play. Wow, BCRX just, so it had a little pull, well, it had a pullback, nothing major. Big topping tail here on the 15s, but continuing higher here. BCRX looks like this is going to, there's the all-time high, I guess, 1683, getting really close to the all-time high. Has the symbol list changed? Nope. I've kept the same symbol list now for months. I know I used to change it. So if you've got a very, very old one, it's possible, but no, this is it should be WSB. I'm sorry, it is not WSB. What am I saying? No, are you talking about the symbol list that for my watch list? It's called Best WL. If you're talking about my symbol list. Buzz changes every month. Guys, what an action-packed day so far. I mean, you had your pick to shorts SLCA. I'm just looking here. I'm looking at some of my gap continuation or reversed. And Hexo from the AI, not bad. MOXC is a short from the AI, great. I mean, we've had what a start. So much for calm day before the long weekend. Okay, again, a gap up and go, guy, or gap down and reverse, guys, at 770. 64 cents underneath the close of yesterday, so it has a little bit of room to get to that close, I guess. I don't know if there were shorts available for MOXC. Let's see at Interactive Brokers. No, there weren't. Yeah, so you couldn't have taken this in the simulator. Well, you could take, if you don't have shorts available, but even in IB. Okay, Wish on the, wow, look at this one. Wish on the way down. Now, what is this shortable? It is shortable for me. So I'm just looking here. It's almost an all-time low. And 770. Looks like the all-time low is 765. So, man, I mean, if it takes it out, I just have to stick an alert down here. 748 or so. CHDN, really expensive one. Moving down. Look at MVIS. Wow. Well, it doesn't say that it's not approved, okay, Lily? What it says, I mean, have you read this? So yeah, it votes in favor of approval. That's what it looks like. I mean, that's like very, and I'm sure that's the headline that most people saw. Okay, but you know, relatively small, the low prevalence, etc. Challenging. Furthermore, no approved therapies. I mean, it's just a mixed reaction. So you're right. It's not saying it wasn't approved, but a real mixed reaction. It's just that I think when people see this, they go, "Wow, okay, done." This is a well, this one's been an active guy for the last little while. Go to, so this is now another one of those gap down and goes. I'm sorry, gap down and reverse. Man, BlackBerry over 12 now. What's the high here? 1252 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. Meanwhile, SLCA continuing down. Where was the original alert? Right here at 1055. So it's 991 now. And all these scans, sharing all my scans, I should put my link in. All the scans I'm sharing from my home page. And we do have another promo on now, so I knew this was coming, but wanted to make sure everybody was talking about the other one, the test drive. Test drive. So this is it. This is the new one, Memorial 25. Okay, Memorial 25 for 25% off. Just click on my homepage link and click on Get Trade Ideas. 25% off the first month only, or the entire year. Guys, VTNR on the move. $25 price target put on by Wainwright. Now this. I know this just showed up on the Gap Up and Go, the VTNR. Yeah, so MOXC not shortable for me anyway at Interactive Brokers. That's a big drop here on the short, almost 14% right now. And then the VTNR, a little bit whippy, but 7.5% now from the original alert. Look at VTNR now, guys. VTNR, look at it go. So that $20 price target put on by Wainwright is definitely, or $25 price target is definitely taking effect. It had the news yesterday of an acquisition. That's why it popped yesterday at the first place. But look at this. Great continuation so far. Who's got shorts for MOXC? Obviously you do, Tank. Schwab? Really? And IB doesn't. Interesting. Stupid IB. My opinion on Big, an earnings play. Big is an earnings play. I'm going to ask my opinion on it. Well, obviously not great so far. I mean, in terms of the reaction, it's a low float too. 32 million for a $59 stock, so be incredibly whippy. But you know, on the weekly chart, the next low is $56. I think 56.20. Yeah. So I mean, I guess if it wants to keep going down, it could maybe find some support around 56. But obviously, not a great earnings play. Or reaction to. $25 price target. $25 price target. Oh, that was a big fizzle. FRLN got halted, popped all the way up here, right back down to 11. Okay, so this is an earnings play. YEXT is an earnings play. Not doing too badly. Released earnings after hours yesterday. It's above the after hours high, just underneath 15. 1624 is the 200-day moving average, so that's far enough away. But there looks like there's a lot of resistance right around here, around that 15 mark. So it may really struggle to get through that, which is too bad. I haven't had a chance to even look at my options scanner. So Kern, yeah, you're chasing it though, unfortunately. This is a chase also coming right into that 200-day moving average. 465, 200-day moving average for Kern, Kern. Yeah, we got the gap as an earnings play too, guys. So the gap is weak off its earnings, released earnings after actually interest and reaction. Initial reaction was a bit of a pop up. This is the mauve area is after hours yesterday. The next low looking left is 32.96, so it's not that far away. Will that hold it? Another one that I have thumbnailed is moving. BDTX. BDTX. Look at this one move. And this is really interesting. So what's the float? 25 million in the float. Again, it's, you're chasing it now. So you can't, I wouldn't be taking it now. But 1382. I'm just looking at the recent highs. 1466. The next high looking left. After that, it'd be 17. So, of course, this got beaten up. I think there's a sort of an earnings play too, May 18th. Yeah, so this was an earnings play, I guess. I don't know if it had bad news on its drug also, but you can just sort of see that it's trying to crawl back a little bit. BDTX. Sammy 2, how are you? I'm doing great. WKHS. Let me take a look at this one. Yeah, it's not shortable. Oh, it is shortable. Okay, for me. So try to get over 10. A little bit of a pop over 10. Not holding. And now starting to move down. WKHS. Okay. Wow. Just no shorts available at Interactive Brokers for MOXC. Yeah, it's a shame. Well, guys, it's 10:20. So first of all, big welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, this is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Note to those outside of North America, the market is closed on Monday, okay? We always like to have an over-under. How many people, and we get the odd person from the United States, which is crazy. But we have usually an internal over and under. How many emails we get, hey, where's your data on Monday? and we have to tell them the market's closed. Now, typically, those are people from, not North America, but we get the odd person from the States saying the same thing. Anyway, and this is the format, sharing my screen live on the mic. We do have a promo on still, Memorial Day promo. Oops. Just a minute, please. I've just got to do some pasting. Okay, so I have put my link in here for my home page, okay? It is also right there. So there's the tab. My home page is there. You click on my link. And obviously, do not use this promo code. If you do want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, don't use this promo code. Use Memorial25. I'm going to I'll click on Get Trade Ideas, show you how much Trade Ideas costs. So we have annual, monthly, premium, and standard. Okay, so you click on Purchase. I'll just take a look at the big one. MEMORIAL 25. So it's all in capital letters. And this is how much it'll cost, okay? So this promo will, I think it's going to run till Tuesday, 11:59 p.m. Tuesday night. So the holiday's Monday, and then it'll still be available until Tuesday. The big difference between the premium and standard is the AI, which I'm going to go over in a little bit. You don't have to start off with an annual plan. In fact, if you're unsure about this program, please don't start off with an annual plan. Our refund policy is not great. After 5 days, you're stuck with it. So do not start off with an annual plan. You can always take a monthly. 118, 228. You can apply that 25% to the first month only. Now, if you decide to just hang on to a monthly plan, then this is what you'll pay going forward, okay? However, if you take out a monthly subscription with that 25% promo, and within 30 days you decide you want to upgrade to an annual, we'll honor that 25% if you do it within 30 days, okay? So 30 days should give you a good enough idea whether or not you want to stick with the program. More information from my homepage, the Trade of the Week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a Stock of the Day video. These are, of course, free. Here are my scans, all the scans I'm sharing. Here's my layout, the layout that you see that I am sharing, and individual scans, including the gap continuation or reverse that I love. Okay, so you may have your own layout. You may not want my layout. Now, remember, my layout does not include all these scans. That'd be crazy, okay? So what I've done is, some of them are here, like the basic new highs and lows, but I've just created, there's just a lot of different scans that I've created over the years that you might be interested in. These 4 scans right here, the gap up and down, pre-market actives up and down, these 4 scans are what I use in the pre-market. Education link right here. If you're going to take out a subscription, I would really recommend you take a look at the 20 lessons. This is what you'll see. What is a top list, building a top list. All of the basic features are covered right here. It's not a video. They're not videos. It's all text-based. Oops. Daily support sessions. So there is a YouTube room that I also moderate at the same time. It's exactly the same, so you don't have to go over there now, but I do take a break around noon Eastern time. I'll pop and one of the other traders takes over. I believe it'll be Andy today. One of the other traders takes over. So you can head over there while I take my break. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern time. Educational videos. More information about the AI is here in a video, starting trade ideas from scratch. So some good videos are also here. Back to basics. If you're brand new to trading, brand spanking new to trading, great little series that Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put together. Starts off with what is a stock, okay? And trading ebooks that we have. So a lot of information on my homepage. So I always say, save my link. You can always take a look at my scans later, all the educational links later, okay? So you save my link. Okay, now what is Trade Ideas? So if you're brand new, this is what we are. We are a scanner. Okay, we scan the stock market, the US market. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. Doesn't matter where you are in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. So this is an example of a scan that I put together called Basic New Highs and Lows. If you right click, configure, summary. These are the filters that I'm using. This is what I want to see. I want to see stocks between 1 and 20. The current volume is at least 4, which means it's trading at least 4 times normal up to this point of the day. Minimum of 400,000 shares, etc. So if a stock meets these filter requirements and it makes a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks in here. Now, I think one of the great things is that you do not have to know a programming language to use Trade Ideas. If you right click, we created what we hope, what we think, a lot of filters. These are all the alerts. These are all the alerts that we have. Not going to go over them, of course, all of them. Here are all the filters that we have. We feel we've created enough alerts and filters that you can combine them to give you the type of scan you're looking for. Okay? So you don't have to learn a programming language. Are you a subscriber, Jay? You're a subscriber. Why don't you just load it yourself? It's just looking for 400,000 shares, I think, and between 1 and 20 and a current volume of 4. But you can load it yourself and take a look. Just click on the summary. Okay, and it's right here. Okay, I'm just looking at a headline here for ZY. Meanwhile, Eamon on the move here. Eamon. Yeah, it's a big pullbacks now on the WSB stocks, no question about it. All right, now, I want to talk a little bit about our AI. This is what the AI looks like, okay? So if you have our premium service or if you don't, this is what happens. You have an entry, you have a stop. How you manage it will be up to you. This is all real time, okay? How you manage it will be up to you. If you have the AI, this is what I would do. I wouldn't worry about what Holly Grail means, Holly 2.0 means, Holly Neo means. I just wouldn't worry about it, okay? Or even, just don't even consider it. I also, to be honest, I wouldn't even care about what the strategy is. These are the strategies that made the cut, okay, based on the optimization procedure last night. I wouldn't even worry about that. All I would do is this. from the toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. That's all I would do. And this is the window that you'll have. And you'll get no alerts until at least 9:35. So all you have to do is then really, if you have our premium service, just incorporate this window as part of your layout. And then, before the market opens, load trade ideas. This will be blank, and just let the alerts happen. How you trade them will be up to you. Obviously, having a great day, especially with the Moxie, if you could get it. Unfortunately, at IB, you couldn't get it. All right, now, it was a WSB stock back here, Tilray. It was right here on that week. It was got up to what, $66. So yes, it was that week. All right, now I want to talk a little bit now, I'm on this new version, guys, okay? I was able to load the new version. It's not bad right now for me. My biggest complaint was the columns. It is sort of been fixed, so I'm able to display it. So, you notice here the buy and sell buttons look like a little 3D action going. I want to talk a little bit about what Brokerage Plus is. This is the Brokerage Plus window, only available if you're using our downloadable application, not available if you're using the our web-based version, okay? And before I keep going, I have to put the video link, the two videos. All right, if you have an E-Trade account or an Interactive Brokers account, you can use this window to actually trade from within Trade Ideas. Copy of the bear. All right, so you have to watch those videos, okay? So the first video is how to connect to your Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account. That's the first video. The second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can, use it in a I call it in a more advanced way. You can create your own buying and shorting parameters. I don't go into this at all. You have to watch the video. It's about 26 minutes long. It goes into virtually all those aspects, okay? Very easy to use. You click on an alert. The symbol shows up. You pick how many shares you want to trade. Pick the price you want to get in at. If you're shorting, you sell. If you go long, you buy. Okay? Look at Mavis, guys. Holy smokes. It was a big pullback. Pretty big pullback there, down to 1690, right back up. Now, the other big use of Brokerage Plus, though, is as a simulator. So if you can use it to paper trade. So again, if you are new to the market, please practice trading before you commit money to the market. Trading is not easy, okay? You've got to practice. And how long it's going to take you, I have no idea. Everybody's going to be different. But you can use our simulator. It uses our real-time data, all right? So it doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use our simulator. And all I'm going to demonstrate, the things I demonstrate, are all part of the standard package. You don't need our premium service to use the simulator. So again, very easy to use. You just click on an alert, symbol shows up. Again, pick how many shares you want, the price you want to get in at. Press that big buy button if you're going to buy it. Press the big sell button if you're going to short it. So I always like to show you how you can do something like this. So let's take a look at HIMS. Let's say you wanted to take HIMS, but you don't want to take it right now. Maybe you want to take it on a pullback, maybe to the bottom right there, 1431. Okay, not saying that's what you should do. I just want to demonstrate how you can do this. So you pick how many shares you want to trade. Let's go 300. I'm going to, what did I say, at 1430? Let's just put 1430 in both. Now I'm going to hope this is working, guys. And again, I'm on this development version. So it's the first time I've tried this, so let's just see, make sure it works. Click the buy button. Hey, it works. Okay, so there's that big blue line appearing on the chart. So if HIMS gets down to 1430, it'll take the trade. Okay? So that's how you can do something on a pullback. And also I notice we've added this line right there. So it's very clear what you're trying to do. And it tells you how many shares you're, how many dollars that would be committing. Okay, so we've added this line, I guess. This is, again, you do not have access to this yet. Maybe next week, but no promises. Now, let's take a trade. See how that would work. Just trying to find something that might be kind of fun to take a look at. Well, look at this SUPV, guys. So it's up. It actually is an earnings play coming right into the 200-day moving average. All right, let's take this trade, okay? The LCI. It's a gap down in reverse. Let's just take the trade. I see the spread is okay. So again, I'm going to make the math easy. I always like to make the math easy. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to go in at the market. So I just bought it. Okay, so I took it at $4.43. I'm going to put a stop at 223 to make the math easy. Not 223, 423. Add the stop. You'll see the line will appear on the chart. There we are. So wouldn't it necessarily been the worst stop in the world anyway, but take a look at this. So what it says is, so if it gets down to 423, it'll take me out for about a $100 loss. I know it says 97.50, a bit of a rounding error, okay? So why did I do it that way? So for a couple things here. So if you're new to trading, you have to have a stop. At least that's my recommendation. A lot in the room will recommend you have a stop. What does that mean? That means that if you get into a trade, not all the trades are going to work. So you just can't hang on for dear life, watch something that you take go down to zero, okay? You have to have a stop where you say, you know what? You know, the setup looked good and everything like that, but it just didn't work, so I'm going to get out of this trade for a manageable loss. Now so that's the second aspect. How much are you willing to risk on the trade, dollar-wise? Now, if you have a $5,000 account, probably shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So let's just say your account dictates you could risk $100 a trade. So that's why I tried to make this math very easy. I put a 20-cent stop, not because you just go into every trade with a 10-cent stop or a 20-cent stop or a 15-cent stop. It should be based on something, and I like to base it on what I see on the chart. That's why it's going to take practice, because that's the biggest, really, that's the biggest probably, I don't know, hurdle or problem. But to be able to size up a chart and say, okay, that's where I think good support is. If it breaks down through that support level, I probably should be out of the trade. So that's what I've done at 423. I tried to, and I wanted to do it there because I wanted to make the math easy. If I were willing to risk $100 a trade, then I could take 500 shares. Okay, I could take 500 shares. Because if I take 500 shares and I have a 20-cent loss and I get stopped out, that's $100. Again, it's a bit of a rounding error. Conversely, because again, in my opinion anyway, what you shouldn't be doing is taking a fixed number of shares per trade. 100 shares, 200 shares, 300 shares, 500 shares. Your share size should vary depending on the difference between your entry and your stop. Again, I wanted to make the math easy. So in this case, I had a 20-cent stop. So I would divide 20 cents into 100 if I'm willing to risk $100, excuse me, on the trade. And that gets me 500 shares. 20 cents into 100 equals 500. That's why I took 500 shares. Okay? So big concept, guys. If you're new to trading. Now the other aspect is to try to obey your stop. You might practice trading for a while. And, you know, when you're in a simulator, pretty easy to obey your stop. But all of a sudden, that first trade you take with your real money, all right, guys, a lot of activity at my there's no animal abuse happening here. All right. Nice alert, yeah. No, don't get Pete on me. Honest. Just give me a moment here. In all her glory, there she is. Prima donna, guys. Okay. All right, so obeying your stop is the next step, okay? Because I almost guarantee it, you're going to get into that first trade. Maybe you've heard me talking about it. You've heard the room talking about it. It looks like a good setup. You know, I never tell anybody to take trades. You know, we just talk about setups. If it meets your trading plan, fine. But you get into that first trade and it starts working against you. It starts approaching your stop. And I guarantee it, you will have situations where you just will not obey your stop. Because you think, man, I mean, that setup was so good. I'm hearing great things, etc., etc. So you start moving your stop down. Okay? Keep moving it down. It keeps approaching the new stop. You keep moving it down. So now that manageable $100 loss may turn into a $200, $300, $400, $500 loss before you finally sell it and you kick yourself. So how do you counteract that? Well, the obvious way is to leave your stop in. Okay? Takes all the emotion out of trading. And just put it back. Takes all the emotion out of trading. Just leave your stop in. You get stopped out, you get stopped out. You move on. Now, if you don't have Interactive Brokers or E-Trade, then, you know, your broker will have a way to do the same thing. Okay, so, I mean, if you happen to have Interactive Brokers or E-Trade, then, of course, you can use our charts. But if you don't, that's okay. Your broker will have the same thing. Oh, I love cats. Morris, I love cats. That's the second time you said Gary Busey. I have no idea why. Anyway, so there it is, guys. Can't emphasize enough to have a stop and to obey it. Eric, well, you can try our homepage. I don't know what your question is. Maybe I can help. I don't know. What's your question? If I can help, I will try. Ooh. Okay, well, go to our homepage. Okay, Eric, we'll go to the homepage, all right? And just make sure you give them you can start, it's more of a live chat, okay? I can't because I don't have access to your accounts. So start a live chat. This is what I mean. When you click on the home page, and it should pop up here, questions and answers. And give them your email address, and somebody should look at your account right away, okay? Let me know if it worked, because then I will go into the home page and alert somebody and say, hey, what's going on here, okay? Just one moment, please. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Yes, we now integrate with E-Trade. So Juan, the only thing is you have to have our beta. Okay, so if you go to our homepage, I think I put the link in. Yeah, so if you go to the homepage, Juan. So if you go to the homepage, and I just put the link in. Actually, that's a TI homepage. Probably the same thing. Let me just make sure. Yeah, okay, so download software. Click on the download software and then keep moving down until you see the beta. So if you want to use E-Trade and Brokerage Plus, you have to have the beta, all right? What a short from the AI on the MOXC. Wow. All right, guys, I just want to make sure, am I all caught up? The high and low you look for on the, is there a way to filter on the T or A window? I'm not sure I know what you mean. You mean for the next high or next low? Okay, not in a topless window. There is a custom filter that I can give to you if you know how to write them. If you don't know how to write a custom filter, I can. Have you ever written one before? Okay, so first thing I'll have to do then is I have to give you the instructions on how to do it. And give me a moment. Can you go to the tech support? Okay, can you find the tech support tab? I'll put it there. I don't want to, because I don't want to put it in the other rooms or the other tabs. So I'm just going to put it in the tech support area, okay? These are the instructions on how to create a custom filter, okay? Hopefully you can find that tech support tab, number one. Number two, this is the filter that you will use. I just have to find it, okay? Just give me a moment. Okay, now just give me a moment. Just got to find it now. Okay, here's the formula to use, okay? So you could actually put that as a filter, and you could say something like, well, I want the next high or low to be at least $1 away. Something like that. And that's the formula to use. Because what you're doing is you're creating a custom filter, and then it's just like a normal filter with a min and a max box. I take it you really like IQST. Yeah, so I don't look at anything under $1. So I mean, and it's a pink sheet stock. So maybe others can take a look at it. I just don't trade the pinks. So sorry. Well, again, you can use it as a filter. So when you get a real-time alert press, so in other words, you get a real-time high, okay, a daily high, and then you can say, but I want the next high looking left on the daily chart to be at least whatever, $1, 50 cents, whatever number you're going to say. Okay? I mean, that's how you can use it. I don't, but you can use it like that. You see what I'm saying? So if I get a high here, if I get a new high right there, well, let's take another one. So I get a high here for cost, KOSS. Now it has to be a high right there, okay? Intraday high. So say that's $29. It would look left, and the next high would be what? $29.88. So for instance, if you said the next high had to be $1 away, okay, then you wouldn't see this stock as an example because the next high is 88 cents away. Make sense? So, I can't tell you what to use for the minimum. All right, I have just a minute, please. All right, guys, I'm back. Pretty well. I mean, it's a 1% move, yeah. You guys were talking about this WBT. I didn't even have a chance to look at it. Yeah, wow, what a pop. Takeover bid. So 21% rival takeover bid from Italy's Ali Group. Ah, I see, I see. So this is a wow. So a bidding war. This is a bidding war. So Will Middleby, who is the original suitor here, will they up the ante? No, WBT is not Wall Street. No. Sorry, guys. I had a headline about this IDGC. I can't believe it's a sub 1 cent stock. Okay, let me. I haven't noticed that real. Unfortunately, let's see. Everything was resolved. Okay, great. Sorry about that, Eric. No, well, you can't do it on a chart, but you can definitely approaching an SMA value. We have. There's the ones you can do. Okay, yeah, these are the ones you can do. So we have the 200, 50, 20, and I think we have the 10 and the 8. Okay. So for instance, you could put it, you could add, say you wanted the 8. You could use the chain, you could use the min and the max. to get it really close to the 8, if that's what you want. Oh, you can't hit, well, you can't do the 100. Okay, you can't do it then, sorry. We don't have the EMAs at all, so. I thought you were talking about on a daily chart, so. All right, guys, BMA is an earnings play. Not very much volume, though. Where are you out of? Out of Argentina. BMA is an earnings play. Oh, that's right, BMA. One of the banks there. Not very much volume, though. Low float, 23 million in the float. I thought it was a lot bigger. But it is an earnings play. Again, just not that much volume yet. Okay, if you're wondering what we have for anything, Black Dog, this is, do a search and you can type in VWAP as an example, okay? So we do have the cross above and below and the distance. Now these are anchored VWAPs, which I don't use, but this is the main VWAP that everybody knows about. Okay, so that's the VWAP that you see here, the 1594 as an example. So you can go the distance, but the VWAP is the VWAP. So you can find stocks, or you can the cross above or below. These are alerts. Now they do require some volume confirmation. We do have anchored VWAP, yes. That little anchor sign right there, that'll create the anchored VWAP. This new feature about the flags, this has been around for several months now, but I guess you must have just downloaded, it's been around probably for 4 months. All right, guys. Well, things have settled down a little bit. Remember, if you weren't here yesterday, you would know this, but these are the alerts so far from the gap continuation or reverse. Yesterday, this was full. So not as many today, which is a good thing. Sometimes you can just have information overload. Okay, so Peter, that is sort of something that, those are innermost thoughts. Okay, it sort of jams up the room. That's the problem with just posting something like that, okay? Okay, so are those penny stocks? IQST, what stock are you talking about? Because if they're penny stocks, not penny stocks, but pink sheet stocks, yeah, typically, this room is not into that. I'm not saying nobody trades, all right? I'm not trying to dissuade you from being here, but typically, rarely do we have anybody talking about pink sheet stocks in this room. Okay, again, I'm not trying to dissuade you, but just to let you know. Yeah, but okay, Todd, yes. Filter average daily range, yes. called average daily range. It should be called that anyway. The question was do we have a filter called average daily range? Well, we call it true range, okay? Average true range. Okay? That's what it is. Okay, Todd? Oh, I have no idea where AMC is going from here. Somebody asked, where do I think AMC is going from here? No idea. Hopefully higher, but I really don't have any idea. No, average true range is just how much a stock normally trades as a range. On the average. I think it's over 14 days. It's got nothing to do with the anchored VWAP. So, for instance, if a stock normally has a range of $1 a day or $2 a day or whatever that number is on average, that's just what that is. Nothing to do with the VWAP. That is correct, Pras. That is correct. Just give me a moment here, guys. Just checking something on my other monitors. Well, if you notice the formula, it's the absolute. So it's the difference between the price. So it actually will give you the low there. That formula will give you the low also, okay? That's why I put it absolute. So if a stock makes a new low for the day, it's looking left to see where the next low is. I don't use any tools on the IB side, J6, nothing. The only outside, I do have a trading view chart, okay? That's it, just so I can maybe keep an eye on channels and stuff like that. But other than that, everything is from within Trade Ideas. I don't use anything at IB. Other than obviously as a brokerage to place my trades. Do I have to refresh my scans to flush out bugs that may prevent optimum results? Interesting questions. I'm not sure I know what you mean. Are you talking about maybe taking this? I mean, it's not a bug, but if I were getting, for instance, too many alerts or not enough alerts, I can always adjust the scan. Is that what you mean? Remember, these are all ideas, right? So that's why, but is that what you mean? Okay, yeah, I need a, yeah, maybe a different explanation, yes. So guys, the alerts have dried up completely now. Was there actually a price or was it stock related also real for WBT? Let me just see, get the article here. No, $23 a share. Interesting. So they must be anticipating another bid. Because this is there it is, $23 a share. We're at 25, almost 25 right now. They must be, maybe the market's anticipating another bid coming in from Middlebury. Well, maybe traders are, yeah, okay. Oh, no, the LCI was just to demonstrate in the simulator, okay? That's all I was doing. It wasn't that I loved LCI. I was just looking for a stock. It was on the gap up and, I mean, it showed up on the gap down in reverse, okay? I was just looking for a stock to demonstrate how you can use it. The Holly Trades window. Which window are you talking about? Way to create a watch list. Yes, I can give you a video. Okay. We call it a symbol list, all right? There you go. So creating a symbol list. We call it a symbol list watch list, okay? It'll show you how to create one, how to attach it to an alert window or a top list window, how to edit it, all right? Yeah, but he wants things like the a 1 minute EMA cross and things like that. We just don't have that. I mean, if that is something that he absolutely has to have, then, you know, we don't have it. It's that simple. Oh, I see. I don't even look at that window, Gordon. Well, that is a real difference now. I'm looking at this. This is in the development version. It's giving me a really different look. I don't know what you're talking. Are you talking about this? This is based on what 100 shares, I guess, taken. I haven't adjusted it. You talking about this profit right there? I never look at this window. I have to say I don't care because all I care about is this window here. I don't really care about anything else. I'm not saying you shouldn't, but no, this is it. This is the window right here. Okay, so now you're talking more about backtesting Zoro. So I don't backtest at all. No, these scans that I've created, I just want ideas all day long. Okay, now as long as I don't get overrun with ideas, that's the purpose of putting my filters fairly tight, fairly strong filters in place, so I don't get overrun. Okay. Well, I don't know, Gordon. This is the window. And I have I don't have this up. There's the open profit right there. Again, right, open profit right there. These are all, just right click and click on columns and there's an open profit, there's a profit target, there's a profit. Okay, so I don't know what else to say. There's the profit, open profit. Okay. So I don't, if I had a lot of alerts coming in here all day long, 100 of each, of course I would make adjustments, but these are not back tested. I'm not interested in back testing this. All I'm interested in, I want to see the results. Then I can click on it, check the chart, and then I make a determination if I want to trade it or not. So that's the only way I would rework my scans is if, I thought I was getting too much. But you were literally talking about what the AI goes through every day, optimization, the strategy. So I mean, if I ran this through the optimizer, this would probably be a terrible looking strategy. Okay, but I don't care. I'm just looking for ideas. Then I don't know. Well, again, when you say rework the scans, I mean, there is no bug here as far as I'm concerned, okay? If the price is between 1 and 20, and if the current volume is 4, and if the volume is 400,000, and if it's up 4 or down 4% from the close, and the number of alerts is 45, and it makes a new high, intraday high, I get a real-time alert. Now, if what you're saying is that if I noticed that I was getting an alert, and yet for some reason the volume was say 200,000 shares, okay, then okay, but I have not seen that. No, I have not seen that. That would be a real failure. Today is not a half day. Monday is the Memorial Day holiday in the States. Okay, so Harry, I can't post the script in here into YouTube. If you came to the trading room, I could. There's a long, detailed explanation of what you're supposed to do to link trade ideas to. When you're talking linking, you just want the symbol to show up, right? When you click on an alert, you want the symbol to show up. Now, as far as linking to your charts, I mean, within, I'm sure you know this, within Thinkorswim, there must be a way that when you have something in your order entry, that it'll link to your charts within Thinkorswim. Typically, with IB, it's like a little chain link. It has to be the same colors, things like that. But if you're talking about just establishing the link, Harry, are you talking about establishing the link in the first place so that when you click on a link, on an alert, it loads into your order entry? Is that what you're talking about? Okay. So, I probably have to send you to our home, unless you want to come into the main, what I call the main room, the main trading room. I can give you a link. Just tell me if you want to do that. The reason being is that I can't paste things into our YouTube room. Okay, I have a real limitation. So if you come this is the main room, okay, as I call it, this is the main room. And so if you want to come there, then I can show you, I can give you a script that you can use that should solve the issue. If not, you can go to our home page and saying I'm having difficulty linking with TOS, and they'll give you the script. Okay? So tell me what you want to do. You want to come into the main room? Great. You see, this is what I'd give you, but I can't paste it. I can't copy and paste it into YouTube. That's the problem. I mean, if you want, you can take a screenshot. I kind of Mickey Mouse, I know, but you can take a screenshot of this. This is all they're going to give you. So I'll leave it up here in case you do want to take a screenshot. So what did you do? Did you take a screenshot, or you're going to go into our trading room, or you're going to go to our home page? so I can take this off. You too, Mr. Keith. Okay, I'm going to assume if you wanted to take a screenshot, you've already done so. All right, guys. No, it's okay. It's okay, Harry. I saw your message. Here's another one that showed up on the earnings plays, guys, or as an earnings play. I don't have an earnings scan as such, but it is an earnings play. This is on the gap down and reverse, or gap down and go. A little pull up, but the alert was at 24.28, so 23.77. Still, probably some support right in the area that it's at. Okay, just a minute. I know Real was mentioning NVO a lot earlier today. Well, maybe it is now finally slowing down because of the Memorial Day weekend coming up. Famous last words, though. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, you might start getting a big pop somewhere. But I'm just looking at this. I mean, again, I mentioned this about 10 minutes ago. This window was full yesterday. Almost too much, okay? So this is definitely indicative, of a slowdown in the market today. Well, listen, Gordon, if you've been making money consistently over the last 3 days with that scan, then just keep doing it. And never mind all the other stuff that, what the profit and all that is and the AI, and never mind any of that stuff. Just focus on what, if it's working for you, just do that. Yeah, exactly. Scans will work until they don't, then they might have to be tinkered with. Box is an earnings play. So Box is starting to fade here a little bit, guys. Box is an earnings play. It's still up for the day, a little bit. Didn't see this in the pre-market at all. I mean, really didn't. I mean, look how choppy it was. And it is still kind of choppy. But there's a big topping tail there. Maybe this is it. Going to drop. This was a good earnings. This was a great one from the gap down and go. Another earnings play, Cal, C-A-L. GPS, there's the gap kind of basing here. Another earnings play, the gap. Oh yeah, well, the idea of crypto has come up many years ago. Not a matter of, it's not a matter of not looking into it. It's a server issue. You know, it's a 24-hour a day server issue and all. So I'm skeptical. That's all. Mesa, guys, Mesa continues his move down here. Airline coming into maybe, well, that big 10 could be support, MASA. Nobody better be shorting Best Buy. Okay. Had a nice, decent day yesterday, but it did sell off. Anyways, an earnings play yesterday. Well, it hasn't. I mean, it's been, you know, almost a lifetime high. This chip shortage has been going on for a long time. All right, guys. Yeah, no. Here's another one, guys. It just showed up in the options scanner. WRAP, WRAP, just showed up in the options scanner. And of course, this is not an all-time high. I mean, it may look like it. I think this is just a symbol name change. Look at our position in lifetime range. So this is just a symbol name change right here. But it's had a great month. You know, can't dispute that. It's had a great month. WRAP, as in that's a. That's right. I recall somebody posting that information a couple of days ago. I think it would have been Zach talking about, you know, what. It must have been that news right there, maybe 2 days ago. All right, guys, it's 11:38, so I'll be taking my break in about 20 minutes. I just want to confirm that it'll be Andy in the YouTube room today, so yes, it is Andy. So I'm going to put the YouTube link in here. Guys want to head over there while I take my break? Well, Andy's way more of a swing trader than I am, so you can head over there. Again, when I'm on my break. Well, but okay, IQST, I mean, you're in the main trading room, okay? This is the main trading room. You know, I think you probably want to stick here if you want more action with the other traders and all. YouTube is great if you just want to sort of see me or see the screen and hear me, just not as much action. That's all. Well, Kev, you can do it, but you're talking about auto trading it. You know, we don't recommend it. You know that. I've said that a million times. I'll keep saying it. All right, guys. Well, now we're getting a nice sell-out. Well, not nice, but I've traded some of this out underneath 30, okay? So I'm going to wait on this to see what really happens here with the AMC. What I'm doing with this one is just keeping a piece, and that piece is the just in case. It does the absolute crazy. You guys have to trade it the way you see fit. But also showing up on the gap. It's not, oh, it is shortable now, so the shorts are covering. Not many, only 9,000 shorts available at AMC, at IB. Meanwhile, Cal continues to drop here. There's a great gap down and go. Alert was at 24.28, so we're at 23.56 right now. Well, that wrap, guys, 878 on the alert from the options. This is what I'm talking about right here. By the way, this is what, this was the problem. You notice this is why it was preventing me from using this new 5.5 build. The columns, I can't adjust them, and I should go over that also. This is the what it kind of looks like, the 5.5. Let me just show you what I'm talking about before I take my break. So you notice here, now we don't have all the channels up yet, but you notice here, this is a sector analysis channel, and notice how I can put it in a container. I can still have my layout. I don't have to, it doesn't, just because it's a layout from the channel bar, doesn't mean my layout will disappear. So these are the sort of things you can do. You can also create your own sort of, well, docked channel, if you will, and put all your own alerts and filters, etc., or own alerts, topless windows, charts. So you can create your own and save it as part of your layout. You can minimize and then bring it back whenever you want. Again, this is just, maybe it'll be released. And this is, from new, this will be new dock channel bar. And this is what it looks like. You see, that's all I did. So see, now I can have 2 channels open if I want. There's this one. I've got this one. Okay. So this is the sort of thing you're going to be able to do. I don't have 5 monitors. I have 3 monitors. I don't have 5. And we have a halt. What is this halt? CNTA is halt. Oh, this is I guess this is an IPO, guys. This just launched. IPO just launched today, CNTA. Yes, I can create my own like this, okay? And then I can start putting, now this is where it gets a little, okay? So now I've just, what you do, well, it's stupid for me to, demonstrate exactly everything here, but let me just put a couple of them in here. So I've got these in here. And now this is where it gets tricky. I have to, there we go. So I can put it, I can start to create my own window with all the scans I want in it, size them accordingly, and then just save it as part of my layout. So I don't have to have it up and running all the time, of course. I just minimize it. If I want to bring it up, I just find it, bring it up. And then of course now this is a docked window, so you can move it anywhere you want. I don't know if there's a limit. I mean, you know, you probably wouldn't want to have too many. I have no idea if there's a limit. I mean, there probably isn't a limit, but you know, if you have too many, it's possible that it'll just bog your system down. I think within reason, but I don't know what that is. I don't think they're saying you can only have 5, 10, 1,000. I don't think it's like that. But you know, if all of a sudden your system started bogging down, you'd probably want to reconsider. It's just like there's no limit to the number of alert windows you can have, in theory. But you know, how many do you need in a layout? See, I have no idea what the default layout looks at all. I have no idea what the default layout looks. I haven't used the default layout in years. You know, because I have my layout, I give it a name, and that's what I use. I don't know what the default layout looks like at all. You're talking about this? No, this is not a dock. This is just my normal layout that you've been, like, nothing has changed, okay? Somebody, we had a question in the Q&A. Does that mean Trade Ideas is completely changing? No. It just means though that, this is exactly the same. I have a layout, I load it and all that. But we just have these two new options, new dock channel bar, a new docked window. That's all. So nothing else has changed. You can, you know, for me, it's not going to make that big a difference, to be honest. I mean, it's not going to, you know, I never really cared about having a container so I can move things around all at once. I didn't really care about that. I didn't really care about having another layout loaded at the same time. But I know for some people it does matter. So my I think it's 500,000 shares. I think it's 500. 300,000, I guess. Yeah, 300,000 shares minimum. Yeah, this is not in a release yet that I have. I did see a prototype. Yeah, you have the time intervals on the side here on the left-hand column or left-hand side. It's not in a release that I have yet. Yeah, no, there's no, yeah, this is being worked on. You should have seen the alert here at 9:55. When did you load the window? Did you have it up and running at the beginning of the day? Well, let's just go over the filters and make sure. What time is it? 11:52? Okay, just give me a... Okay, so price is between 50 cents and $30. That's fine. Minimum volume is 300,000 shares. So those are the filters that are in all of them. Let's break out the one. Gap, that's the gap down and go. So let me just break that out. And let's just see. Configure. So let's see if this is the same. So 300,000. So I mean, I haven't changed anything. 4% below the previous close, 50 cents below. And I have a delay of 15 minutes. Well, let's talk Eastern time, okay? Let's always talk Eastern time. Okay? Here was the alert at 9:55. I have no idea why it wouldn't show up. I mean, if you haven't changed any of the filters, I have no idea why it wouldn't show up. All right, guys, I'm just going to put the announcement in here. I'm anticipating Andy's going to show up at any moment here. So it's 11:54. So he should be showing up fairly soon into YouTube, and I'll take my break. And again, I'll just put the YouTube link in if you want to head over there when I'm on my break. Yeah, well, that's in the script, isn't it? You have to run both as run as administrator, and they will be linked. Yes, that's in the script, I think. Let's take a look at MJ. Let's take a look at the index. Yeah, the index. Maybe it's breaking out. Maybe. Well, that's a good. Well, coming right into the 200-day moving average, 2613, and that is for CGC. Yeah, you have to run both as administrator. Yes, both TOS and Trade Ideas. Yes. So that is through the 200-day moving average yesterday, ACB. I bet you Tilray is really romping too. I think it's got a slightly low. No, actually, the float is bigger than I thought. Yeah, so definitely the cannabis plays are in play. But look at that. We're right at that 200-day moving average for CGC. Okay, guys, I'm just waiting for Andy to let me know that he's in the YouTube room, and then I'm going to head out. Well, that's all they are, pre-market act.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. You lay down, Bobo. Okay? You lay down. Daddy's got to work. Daddy's got to work. Hello, traders. Can you hear me? Testing 1, 2. Hey, Bern, how are you? Good, good. I was a little bit nervous. Got a new computer here, and got to make sure you get everything set up properly. But good. And you guys can see my screen. Hey, Aja, how are you, buddy? You had a nice pick, Aja, in the price alerts that we did 3 weeks ago. You have to refresh my memory which one it was. It was VRLY or something like that. Hi, Iris. How are you? Thank you, Bern. Appreciate it. Hello, day trade, hood, bull market. All right. Welcome to the Friday edition of the support session. All right. My name's Andy. If you're new in here, one of the older guys along with Barry, but yeah, this is the support session. And if you are new to this and wondering why we hijacked Barry's live stream, we do this every day at noon, and this is the support session. So if you have any questions, hi Eagle, how are you, Eagle Trader? If you have any questions regarding the software, this is the place to come. And maybe if you're having a tough time with the configuration, let me know, and I will do my best to help you out. Iris, you'll have to refresh my memory on that scan. I haven't been creating a whole lot of new stuff recently. That's the thing about it, is when you've been working with the software since inception, you kind of gotta. Something will come to my mind soon, and I'll definitely start working on it. I think I remember what you're talking about, but I don't think I was able to do any more work with it. But refresh my memory if you know the name of that. Anyway, crazy market. Looked like we were about to sell off again, and lo and behold, the buy the dippers came in, and now we're pushing back up close to highs. Okay, Iris, I will think about it. I'll have to go dig through my cloud and see what it might be. It was FUV. All right. While we're waiting for some questions, I talked yesterday in my webinar, talked about all my recent trades lately. Let me pull up my B plus. I did do a lot today, as far as taking profits. Had a nice run in Neo. You can see the sell tags up there. Took some profits in that. I'm totally out of that now. I bought it right here. You can see 34.50. I sold half I think 2 days ago, and then just bailed out of the half. Nice percentage gain. Solo, I still in half of this. I sold half and still in half of that. X, I did take my profits in X this morning. Bought from 23.75, sold half yesterday, and I don't know. This market just looked like it was maybe gonna. Had some nice profits in a lot of stuff. Let's see. Still in Romeo. This is one I bought yesterday at 8.20. Still in that one. You can see I've been focusing on a lot of F-Cell. I did completely get out of F-Cell today. Okay, this was one I was in from 8.32. You get up here to around 10.50. That was a nice percentage gainer. You're looking at, 25%. You just got to take those sometimes. I'm more of a kind of stick and move trader. I like to take my profits when I get up there and move along. SunPower, I had a big position in this. I did sell some today. It looked like it wanted to go this morning. I didn't get any off at the open there. I wish I had. Sold about, 60% of my position still in it from 23.47. But the solars could not just get going. Maybe they will at some point, but I got a little bit nervous because I had a big size in that, so I sold some of that. But other than that, that's about it. Rocket is letting me down again. Luckily, I sold this move yesterday, half of my position around 19.12. Other half is basically about flat because I bought and then I averaged in. So we'll see what happens there. But boy, that one just has the hardest time getting a bounce. I get a lot of my these swing ideas from this revenue growth fishing, and you do have access to this in the Traders Vault. If you just find the key, you'll find one called revenue growth fishing. You can see FUV in there right now. That's one of those. The thing about it is you would have seen it on this day as well, this FUV. So what it looks for is stocks that are trading in like at the low end of the 3-month range, and they have to be hitting let's just go ahead and look at the configuration real quick. That's probably the easiest way. Not a whole lot to it, okay? The position in 3-month range has to be in the lower third or 30% of the 3-month range, okay? So there's been a pretty good pullback in this. They have to show quarterly revenue growth above 20%. And the position in 10-day range has to be in the upper 30%. So I have a minimum here of 30. So get some pretty good ones in this one. Here's the thing. You have to be I'm always leery, though, if they have a big gap down. That scares me. Those sometimes take a long time to work out. But you have to be... a lot of times you don't know when these are going to go. I'll show you one that I bought this morning, and it's not working out right now. Now, when I buy these, I buy either a third a size when they're trying to dig out like this, and maybe possibly have a rounding bottom. Okay, revenue growth is 34%. Actually has scares me that it has a pretty good dividend yield, but, I jump in with a third size so I can stomach. That's the problem when you're trading these. You're not sure when they're going to go or if they're going to go. So you don't jump in with full size. You get a small bite, and then if it, then when it does, if it does break through this, triple top here, basically a lot of wicks up here. If it does break through, then you add. I do that quite often. So, that way I'm not nervous if I buy something and it doesn't work right at the beginning, right off, because I just got maybe a third size. Never take more than a half size until until it goes. FCell was a great example of one that actually what was better, where I bought right around here. And I talked about this yesterday in my webinar. It was a real good one if you have a chance to take a look at that. See if I can find my Epic pin real quick and I'll show you. Shoot, where'd it go? There it is. All right. So here's a common theme that you'll see in a lot of stocks that are kind of bottoming. You'll have a plunge down and then a bounce. And then what will happen is sellers are not done. It will roll back over kind of like a horseshoe of death there. And then it will start stabilizing. I see this quite a bit. And then when the moving average starts to turn and supporting the stock, like you see right there, look at 10-period moving average, support, support, support. When I start seeing that, this is typically when I'll nibble. You know, of course, then you get your move right here. I think I added, and doesn't look like much, you know, on this chart here, but you're still talking about a, let me see, you know, 8.30 to 10 bucks, or, you know, I'm trying to remember what my average was in this, but it was right around, you know, 8 and some change, and then you get a move to 10 bucks. You're talking about a, you know, 20 to 25% move. Now, FCell, I did keep about, you know, a small, tiny bit in my position just in case it is a bottom and wants to go. But I will say this, I am out of probably 80% of it. Yeah, Ajay, I didn't remember seeing you in there. But I mean, I don't always trade, you know, bottom fishing like this. It's one of my favorite because I know, you know, you get a good feel of when they may be starting to turn around. You can get some nice percentage gains. But X is a good example of one that I bought on a pullback right here. It's not showing up anymore, but I bought it at 23.70, right around there, off the 50-period moving average, because it was holding these 50-period moving average like a textbook over the last couple of months. So I took a chance there, and I did pretty much scalp that out. I am out. Yeah, I'm out of all of that. I'm not one to typically buy highs. It has to be a beautiful breakout on huge volume, typically after earnings or something like that. I will buy highs, but I prefer not to be, you know, someone who chases. Yeah, no. I was in a slump for a while until the last couple of days, and you know, I got when the small caps got busy playing, and but they pulled back today. But luckily, I got out of most of them. Yeah, there's some selling going on here. And Rocket, I just may have to let that other half go as well. This is one I tried this morning, got out really quick. You can see I bought it right at the bell at like 9:07, had a nice move, and then I ended up selling it at for a very tiny loser. Anytime I get a move like that, boom, boom, I'm not going to sit around and wait for something like that. I'll get in and out. But I like the way it was setting up. Okay, just didn't work. Now it may work. This one I got a little too aggressive because, you know, a lot of them have been working lately, so I got a little bit aggressive, and so I just cut that one for a small loser. Nothing wrong with that. If it doesn't feel right, there's nothing wrong going with your gut feeling. See what that box is doing now. That's one that has earnings that I'll put an alert up here again. Spies continue to chug there. They just kind of destined. They feel like they want to go to that level. You can see now the IWM, which was kind of strong the last couple of days, is basically flat on the day. A scanner regarding pullbacks or something like that. Yeah, I will. I'm trying to think. I may have to go take a look at that. Iris, if I can't find it, I'll put something together for my next webinar, which is next week. I mean, I do like building new scans. It's just when you've been at it as long as I have, it's kind of tough to keep coming up with new stuff. Make sure I didn't miss any questions back here, guys. Yeah, Iris. It's time for me to build something new, so I'll come up with something for the next webinar for sure, and see what we can do. Oh, nice move in LEDS. CDNA. It's had a nice move, that's for sure. It looks like it may be actually getting tired. But we'll see what happens. Let's take a look at this revenue growth fishing and see if there's anything else coming. Zillow looks kind of interesting. AQB, seeing a lot of this stuff, today. A lot of wicks, and you'll get that. This is like a China play. Interesting volume yesterday. I'm not sure what that was at the close. The root of all evil. That was a kind of a nasty move. Take a look at the Qs, see if they come to play today. Yeah, they're doing better. Facebook has been holding up well. One of the few growth stocks that have actually been performing well lately. Over the last several months, it seems like there's been a move out of the growth stocks into value. But we'll see what happens. They can come to play. Apple was just not really playing ball at all. That looks like a stock that's been kind of under pressure for the last month. So we'll see if that can ever regain its strength that it's had for so long. All right, let's take a look at maybe some momentum plays this morning coming through. Cost has been strong, and that was one that sucked you in and drove you down. Let's see what the GME, AMC finally giving it up there. GME kind of doing the same thing, so definitely some profit taking. in that. You know, crypto has kind of been broken lately, and I don't like what I'm seeing. You know, if you go in, Bitcoin is definitely the bellwether. It's going to, you know, I don't think you're going to see the other ones run. Here's a 15-minute one, but let's take a look at the daily of Bitcoin, and it's not looking good. You know, it's really under pressure. It's basically on a year low now. Is that correct? Going back to February. So yeah, that's yeah. I don't like what I'm seeing in there right now, and who knows? It's not something I trade. As a matter, funny that I recently opened a Kraken account, but I haven't done anything. I hadn't even funded it yet, but. My intentions were to short some of these, you know, especially Doge, but then I found out you couldn't short it in Kraken. That's why I really didn't fund it. But let's see what Doge is doing these days. Yeah, there's a lot of under pressure. It's down at 31. So when I opened up my account, it was at like 72 or something like that, but then I found out you couldn't even short it. I think ETH is that the one that's been holding up probably the best of them all lately. Let's take a look at it. It's daily. Yeah, nowhere near a 1-year low for that one. That one's probably the stronger, but even is showing some weakness as well. So. Yeah, not my bag. I may get in it at some point. Maybe these things get low enough and I see some opportunity. Maybe I'll fund that account and start nibbling. I'm afraid to, Bern, because I love to trade. And if I got stocks and then I got Bitcoin, you know, coin in the evenings, and my family would disown me. Yeah. Uh, so here you got some bifurcation. SPYs just horseshoed. Looks like they just want volume. Is nothing there. This is definitely not a breakout that I would buy. You can see the volume all the way up, and even today, it almost looks like a formality. Like, oh, it's there. We got to go tag it. Because getting back, IWM not showing any strength at all, just flat on the day. Qs are definitely starting to like jump in and say, wait a minute, we can't let the SPYs go to highs. But yeah, your wife egging you to crypto. Yeah, well, a lot of these prices may look enticing, but you always gotta consider, you know, where they came from. So if we go back into Bitcoin, 36,000 looks like a really good buy since it was trading up around 65 not too long ago. But let's put it on the weekly chart and see, you know, yeah, I mean, is it a really good value when only November of last year was trading at 12,000? Is that right? Wait, I just thought I had up a daily. Oh, okay, I wasn't. That was a 3-month low. I'm sorry, I said it was a year low. So yeah, look at the move. Just if you go back to, you know, just November. Okay, so yeah, this doesn't surprise me at all. Might even want to come down to maybe like the 25 level. Yeah, Ethereum's definitely been holding up the best. That's for sure. XRP was holding up really good for a while. Let's take a look at that on the on the weekly chart. Yeah, I mean, thing got almost to $2, and it's pulling back now. Gosh, took a dive all the way to 63. It's, I know a lot of people are high on that XRP. I don't know enough about it. I don't research all this stuff. I don't hardly research anything just because they're just trading vehicles for me. I won't say that. I mean, I definitely look at some fundamentals when I'm buying stocks. But the technicals will hold 90% of the weighting when it comes to a decision. XLM, is his crypto play? Let's see, which one is that? Like I said, I don't see it on my main page here. That's not a ETF or something, is it, Aja? No, I guess not. Romeo is looking pretty good. A little volume coming in there. And this from yesterday at 8:20. Oh, you saw it? It was there? Okay, let me look again. XLM. I probably just went through real fast. Let me look again. Oh, there it is. Let's take a look. Stellar. Yeah. Big dip there. Boy, look at all these wicks. Of course, that's a weekly. Let's put it on at least a daily here, get a better picture. I like looking at dailies on these things. Okay, so yeah, flirting with a not too bad 3-month low. But here's the thing: they're all kind of broken right now. Technically, I mean, this is when it's kind of like, probably one of my best performing trades over the year so far has been shorting Tesla. And, once it kind of broke its daily there and had a little burp right there, but, it's kind of, in a downtrend now. And that's, when they break like that, I call it the other side of the mountain. A lot of times they can take a long time before they could reverse that trend, but we'll see what happens. So that's what I bring that up, because a lot of the Bitcoins are they're broken. And that's one thing about studying charts versus, trying to make reason of why a stock's doing something logically or fundamentally. That's why I love charts, and when they don't work, I get out. MSTR, Mister, is a proxy, for crypto. Is a curiosity. I'm not okay. It is pretty much trading like it. Interesting, trying to hold that 200-day moving average. Yeah, it looks like it pretty much trades. Yeah, that's interesting. Of course, you have Coinbase too as well. That was a new issue a while back. Struggling. And Riot and Mira, I talked in my webinar yesterday. I said these look like very similar to the pattern I've been looking at, but as well as I do, these things aren't going to go without Bitcoin. So these can also be a very good play, if you don't have an account, if Bitcoin gets going again. Oh, okay. Put a lot of money in out of his company into crypto. Well, hopefully he doesn't blow up his company. A lot of topping wicks today. I think, maybe a lot of people taking profits as we get close to highs. Not sure what is wrong with my channel bar. Let me launch another one. There you go. That's what you do if you ever see a little hiccup or something not working right in your channel bar. Just close it and launch you another one. Watch that Romeo. Some nice volume coming in there. See the 1 minute, 5 minute volume? See anything to that? All right, guys. Anybody have a question in here about the software? I know it's Friday. Probably most of you guys came into the earlier ones and got, hey, Damien, how are you? Can you share your daily chart? Yes, I sure can. There you go. I keep it pretty simple. Okay, you're going to find a 4 simple moving averages in there, a 10, a 20, 50, and a 200. And then just basically your candles for the volume. And this blue line would be the average volume over, I guess, whatever you scroll to. I'm not sure what the time frame is on that average. Yeah, good question. How do you factor the stop, on these swings? I always like to use something technical. Let's just pull up one I recently bought yesterday, which is Romeo. And let's see, I'm not sure. Let me. Wonder why it's not showing my buy at 8:02. It was showing it earlier. Don't know what's going on there. 8:20. I'm sorry. So I bought this at 8:20 yesterday. Which it was breaking through this little range top right here. So bought it right in here yesterday at 8:20. Got a nice little gap up today. I'm not sure what's going on right now. Some volume coming in. But what I like to use is a support for a stop or moving averages. In this case, look how these moving averages have been holding on this Romeo. Just, textbook. I love when I see that, okay? Same scenario I talked about. You get some people think is a bottom, too early, comes down here, takes out that low, and then starts kind of moving sideways again. And then when it reclaims that 10-period moving average, this is when I like to do my bottom fishing. So if I were to buy something like this, okay, what I would do would be use this level. I'm not one who just immediately puts in stops. First of all, I'm always looking at the market, so I'll put in price alerts to alert me when something is pulling back or something is not working. But I would like to use, in this case, in Romeo, would probably use this low right going back over here. So, okay, because if it breaks through that, more than likely it's going to go and test this low right back over here. Okay, the 10 has been supporting it, so it should continue to support it. Now, once I get in the money, okay, so let's say I get a, 20% move in this, which wouldn't take much. As a matter of fact, look, it's up 6% today, and was probably up another, 1% yesterday. So say I'm up 7% in this thing right now. So let's say it gets a move up here to this high, around $9. I might, take half off. Just even though it's not a whole lot, a big move, you're still looking at close to a, 8 to 10% move. So if I see that now, that could change. If I look around and I see huge volume coming in, and I see the sector, doing well so there's a lot of factors that go into it. I just don't just take profits just to be taking it. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but I'd like to look to see if there's more to be had. Like this Romeo, if it breaks through this high again on huge volume, maybe I'll hold out for 10 or something like that before I look at it. But now, once I get my move, I'm going to change my stop, okay? So I'm not going to let this, go to this level right here, okay? Because the move has been made, okay? It's either going to follow through or it's going to pull back and touch this 10-period moving average and move again. So now that I've gotten a move, maybe I adjust it to this low right back over here, maybe around $8 or a little below $8 or something like this, because if the momentum is going to continue, all right, I don't want to see it slammed back down, to these levels. Now, if it's in the morning, I see this all the time, algo hunting, trying to run the stops. That's where I pull my stops and I'll let it shake out, a lot of times, because you do see those just horrendous 5 to 6% moves in the first 15-minute candle trying to shake out all the stops. But the point I'm making is, if the stock doesn't do what I anticipate it to do, okay, I'm out quick. Just like I told you today in Sun W. Okay, when Sun W did this right here and horseshoe, I was not anticipating that. I was anticipating a break out of this, 2-week range there and continue. Well, when I got this, no, I'm done. I gave it a little chance to bounce, and then I sold it for a very small loser. You'll find me doing that all the time. Even though it hasn't broken its 10, wasn't what I was expecting. And since the markets this sector and stocks have had a pretty good move, that's another reason why I'll get quick on the trigger. Okay, if I feel like the market's going to be tiring out, the sector's had a 20% move, yeah, I'll get real quick. But to answer your question, when I first, initially jump in something, let's go back to that Romeo. It's a great example. And at 820 here, so I'm anticipating this, holding these moving averages, like it has done for basically 2 weeks now. Okay, once it closes below that, I'm out. Okay, it did not do what I expected it to do. And the same thing can be said with, momentum trades. If you're trading momentum breakouts, it breaks through a range on volume. Hey, you're expecting it to continue and not come back and fall right back in the middle of that range. So, and you'll get better at, if you're new to trading, you'll get better in understanding stocks and their personalities and how they trade and when to maybe hold on and when to let go. So try not to get so caught up in just numbers and go with that gut feeling a lot of time, because gut feeling, man, can be so right. And a lot of times what you think is a gut feeling, it's just your experience trading and staring at charts over and over, that it's more of an intuition that you just have a really good, through your experience, that, hey, this is not working, I'm getting out. So listen to that gut. Don't make everything technical. Another example today was SunPower. When I had high hopes for this one, and I said people this was my biggest position. I love the setup, but when I got this right here, big old topping wick, gave it about an hour to reclaim and maybe head toward that high. Nuh-uh. I'm not going to ride this all the way down to a flat. I'm going to take, like I said, I think I took about 60% of my position off right there. So I'm not sure what happened to all my little Brokerage Plus. Let me see if I pull these up. Let's click around in here. Yeah, that has a buy signal. That has the buy signal. So I guess, okay. So you have to be clicking. It's on Brokerage Plus. Yeah, there's a Romeo bar right there. So, you know what, Aja? I was looking at that this morning. I think I had a alert go off on that. Nice move there, that's for sure. All right. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything. Gerald says, what does the letters on the windows mean? Oh, great question. Great question, Gerald. This is what we call a top list, okay, a T window. It's a top list. And if you go to the new tab, you're going to see you can launch everything we have from the new tab, okay? T is for top list. That's basically a scan. It doesn't have any alerts in it, okay? It's just a combination of filters. That's great for doing scans. This is like this revenue growth fishing. It's a top list. I don't need to see new highs, new lows. I just need to know where they are in a range and what the potential setup is. That's great for doing homework, in the evening, because what will happen is if you have these top lists set on live during market hours, when the market closes, symbols will freeze in here. Okay, so you can pull them up in the evening, and this will be populated with stocks that meet your parameters of that configuration. So great for homework, not great for acting real quick. If you're looking for momentum or something like that, you probably want to go with an A window. Excuse me, let me get some water here. A window will have what's called an alert. Alert window. Okay, that means it's alerting you to something, like this pullback is a new high. This right here is a window that's looking for pullbacks and potential reversals. Like this right here, you've had a nice little pullback. Well, when it takes out this high right here, I'm getting alerted. Okay, it's alerting me, telling me that something is happening. Okay, so that's an A window. And a multi-strategy is just a combination of A windows. Okay, you can have as many multi-strategies in here as you like. As many strategies in here as you like. Be careful, though, that if I see people come to me all the time, they'll have like 15 strategies in one window, and you're really asking for your system to bog down when that happens. It's kind of like everybody running for the same exit door in a theater when somebody screams fire. Okay, it bottlenecks, people can't get through. Same thing can be said when you're running a whole bunch of strategies in one window. I like to keep it around, I think this one has 5 Now, these are looking for extreme volume. In other words, these aren't that active, so this is probably okay. But just be careful with the number that you use, especially if they're active windows, because they can, in the first 20 minutes of the day or something like that, you can get a bottleneck and they won't come through as fast as they normally would if they were in a single alert window. But I hope that answers your question there, Gerald. Yes, Siri. No blanket rule. That's a good way to put it. Okay, sometimes I don't want to say your emotions, but sometimes you just got to go with that gut feeling. It's kind of like this morning. I knew coming in this morning that I had a nice move in some of those EV stocks, and I was going to be quick on the trigger, because when I know when they reverse it, they can get ugly. Just look at that FUV I was just looking at. Just you got the nice little move there, close to the 50-period moving average. Yeah, I wasn't in this one, but had I been, I would have been quick on the trigger. And a lot of it goes. Keep in mind, guys, I like to look for setups and then bang them out like 3 to 5 days, sometimes longer if they're working. I know I was in F cell for quite a long time. I think I started buying it over here, so that's a couple of weeks. But let me see my average on that one. So I think I did add to that one. Now it's not showing me. This is wonky. There it is. Yeah, 832. So you can see I was in this for a while. I even bought more. So I probably started buying it around 780 or something like that. So yeah, this one I was in for a while, and I still, like I said, got a small position left in that, but I scalped out most of it. But the point I was making, for some people, you may just have a longer time frame. Maybe you're not an active swing trader where you just want to go for 10 to 25% or something like that. Maybe you're looking for things to move slowly over time. I think probably a good example of that would be GE. GE had a huge move yesterday. And this is something I'm actually kind of got my eye on. As a matter of fact, I'm going to put an alert right there, because you may have what's called a go, pause, go, okay? And if it happens, you're going to be taking out a multi-year high in this GE, okay? I know it's come a long ways, but still, if I see this thing breaking out after a go, pause, go and doing it on volume, this is something that I may buy and stay in for a long time. Okay, I know it's not going to be move like a solar or an EV stock or something like that, but the point I'm making is some people may have longer time frames. Some people may have jumped in this GE yesterday for a potential turnaround move on the long-term chart. Let's take a look at the weekly. Well, this thing has been suffering for, but this thing may be turning around and, could be on its upward trend now on the weekly chart. So one to keep an eye on. So something like that, I may be in for a while. I'll show you another one that I've been in for a few weeks. And that's this FSM. Now, this one, I started buying on this pullback, okay, right here on this reversal here. I think I bought my first chunk at 620. So I've been scalping in and out of this one, but I've maintained a core position. I'll do that a lot. I did this in Newmont not too long ago, where and I did it in NEO last year a lot. I will maintain a core position, okay, and then I will buy and trade out of a bigger portion. Okay, this is one that acquired a silver company and got beat up, and then I bought the reversal there. But gosh, look at that! I've been in that for a month basically. Now I've scalped in and out of some, but one that I have a core position in, then we'll probably keep it unless, it breaks down. Put alert under this low right here. If it breaks down below that, maybe I'm out for good. All right, let's see. Catch up here. Do you swing trade? Yes. For about 17 years, I was an avid day trader. Okay. Steve Gomez, the guy with Trade Ideas, well, I'm sure you've been to his webinars. We used to have a company called Day Trader, where we did a lot of YouTube videos. We had a live service, kind of like Barry did, that people paid and came in. Did that for several years, and then I just, after about 17 years, you get older, man. You get tired of pounding away. I don't know how Barry continues to do it. But me, I prefer swing trading now. It's just it's a lot less stressful. Now I will occasionally fire off a day trade, but not too often. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome, Gerald. Grapple, good question. How many swing trades do you have going on at once? It all depends on the market. Okay. Now, coming into today, I probably had about 7 or 8 position. I closed out of Neo. I closed out of X. I closed out of that one Sun W, which I hadn't bought. Typically, I will have, I'd say on average, about 3 or 4. But if things look right for me, it's not unusual to have maybe 8 to 10. In the kind of stocks that I play, I'm typically, looking for a pretty decent move where I can, get in and out of them maybe in 3 to 5 days. So the one thing I like about my style is I rarely use up, all my capital. As a matter of fact, I feel a person can probably use 20 to 50% of its capital and still, make easily, 20 to 30% on the year, just by playing the right stuff and, looking for those setups that can produce some nice gains, percentage gains. Because I get a little unnerved when I'm in this climate, just being loaded up 100% and sleeping at night, going to sleep at night. I shouldn't be, but but yeah, nothing worse than being loaded up and waking up to a big old gap down. And okay, now the SPYs. I'm getting a little tired here. Solo looks like it may be trying to turn around, and Romeo looks like it may want to go to highs. Oh, time snuck up on me. Renwick, good question. Once again, one I like to use is this revenue growth fishing, okay? And this pullback above 50 SM, I'll share this with you. This can show you some really good setups of stocks that are, pulling back on the 5-day time frame, and you're getting a nice little bar reversal. Now, I will say this. These tend to work best when you've had a nice little pullback in the market, okay? instead of markets being close to all-time highs like this. So a lot of times what'll happen is when I wait for a pullback in the market, maybe, 3 to 5 days of pullback, maybe pulls back 3%, and then I'll really start focusing on this right here, because this will show me stocks that are holding up well. They're going to be above their 50-day moving average. They're going to sold off over the last 5 days, and then you're going to get this bar reversal. This is one right here that really didn't work. I'm not seeing a whole lot of stuff work today, but it is Friday, and it's not. I really don't look taking on too many new positions on a Friday. But you can see the stock has definitely pulled back, and you're looking for a bar reversal. But once again, this seems to work best after you've had a pullback in the market. But that one, revenue growth fishing, is a good one. There's one in that Michael likes in the Traders Vault called Rounding Bottoms. He likes to use a lot. Okay, you're going to find a lot of the same stocks that are in this one. Like this Zillow, that one I jumped in earlier that is finally getting a bounce. This is a nice potential rounding bottom in this one right here. So check out rounding bottom. I'll share this one right here. I got too many. I'll grab it out of here. Pull back above 50 swing. Yeah, this is a nice one. Let's put pullback swing in here. There you go. You're welcome. And I always say this, do not discount these momentum alerts. They can be great swing traders. Okay, this BB was coming through yesterday. Okay, and probably was coming in through this day too. I've seen it several times now. Okay, what happens is the very first move can be a huge volume breakout move, and then you have a nice little continuation. You see Holly actually bought this today, it looks like. This LED would have been a nice one this morning. You would have caught it probably right at $11. These can be great swings. There's Cron. So do not, just because something's a kind of a momentum scan, in other words, it has lots of volume and lots of price direction, don't think it can only be used for day trading. They can be great swing trading as well. Do we have any dividend scanning tools? Yeah, I have. This requires a custom, and I'll end on this. Let's see, I call it Yield Watcher. And this will keep an eye on stocks that have a dividend yield. Okay, obviously be careful anytime you see something with a 25% dividend yield. There's a good chance that can't hold up. So I usually don't only start looking until there's DM in there, the one I bought today. It has a 11% dividend yield. I didn't buy it because of that. I bought it because of the pattern, potential pattern there. But this requires a custom, okay? So let me show you. And you guys can do it. Let me see. Where's dividend yield? Dividend yield. All right. So this is what you'll need to do in your formula editor, okay? And I'll drop them in there as well so you can copy and paste. You want to go to your formula editor. And This is going to compute the dividend yield on an annual basis. Okay, so description, just put dividend yield, percentage. You want units, and you don't need to do anything to format or graphics. And then just hit save. Now, when you go back to return to the list, what you'll do when you create, just go create new. A number will already be in there. Just get create new, and that'll take you to the page that I just showed you. And let me pull it up one more time. There it is. So you just want to copy and paste what I dropped into the chat window there into source, call it dividend yield, and just hit save. And then just remember that number. Once you restart, you'll have to restart your trade ideas, or at least reset your connection. And then what you can do is just go to new and go to the search tab, okay, and then scroll all the way down to the bottom, and those will be your custom formulas. And then just put it into a column like I did, and you can create, you'll have a nice little dividend yield. You already have dividend. Okay, this will just compute the yield for you. There goes cron. All right, good. I'm glad you got that. So that's, I'll go ahead and share this window too for you in case you want to copy it. And after I do this, guys, remember what I'm sharing needs to have that custom in it if you want to see the yield. And with that said, I bid you guys a great weekend. Oh, a 3-day weekend. Yeah, enjoy your 3-day weekend. I know, I remember back when I was a tweaked out day trader. I always hated holidays, but I enjoy them now. So enjoy yourself. Don't worry, the market will be here on Tuesday. There's plenty of time for trading. So go have a great weekend, everybody. And let Barry know that I am ready for him. And I got to make this switch pretty. Oh, thank you, Bern. Appreciate it. Thank you guys for all your kind words. And yeah, have a great weekend. Barry will let me know, and I'll stop my streaming real quick. Looks like he may be eating a sandwich or something. Oh, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate it. Yes, Ajay, you have a good one too, buddy. Grapple, you do the same thing. You have a great weekend as well. ETA on new update, Bill. I'm not sure. I have a brand new. We're moving into the 5.5s now, so I'm 5.5.1. So I have a brand new dev version here, and hopefully the docking seems to be working good. So hopefully you guys will have that pretty soon. It's pretty cool. Created me a little docking window for. Oh gosh, did I forget to save it? Where's my docking? There it is. For when I want to tweet, I can come in here and replace a window, do whatever I want to. Nice little tweet layout. Gold trying to pop the highs. Silver as well. Let me see if I still have it up. There you go. just copy and paste it into the source. Dividend yield, percentage, format should be set at 1. Don't need to do anything, graphics none, and just click save. Okay, I'll try to answer that before Barry. As soon as Barry tells me he's streaming, I got to cut off. But yes, hours of trading. Just remember this: each day has 6.5 hours of trading. Okay, so if you want to, use the last 3 hours, you would put 3 hours. If you wanted to use the whole day, you would put 6.5. And Barry may can finish it off. You can add hours going back to several days if you like. Not a big fan of that when it comes to geometrical patterns, though, for some reason. I find just building my own. All right, he's streaming now, guys. We'll see you.
Okay, we will give you 5 days. Hopefully you'll have it by then, okay? Now, the only problem with 5 days is that 3 of them are holidays. But you'll have the balance of today. You should be active now, JB, okay? Yeah, she said it was active now. Okay, so I asked her to give you till Friday, okay? You say if you have your card by Thursday, then obviously contact us and let us know. So she's going to give you till Friday, all right? Okay, hey, no problem. I know what it's like. So I'd hate to not have her product until next week. Okay, you should be active now. Okay, so Michael, in terms of that hours of, all I can do, I don't use it ever. I've never used it, but let's just see what it says. Okay, so I'm going to, if you click on the help, it should say something. Add the alert. If you click on help, yeah, okay, so if you click on help, so this is what you do. I'm going to click on the help for you and then click on the more details on this filter are listed below. This is what I'm talking about, you see? So I'm going to give you this link and then click on that. So this is the general link. Okay, and then when you click on the listed below, you'll see an explanation about the hours of trading, okay? Yeah, you don't get a notification on the monthly. You get a notification on the annual, but you do not get not that I'm aware of. You do not get a notification on the monthly. If you don't want, I think if you don't want it, then I think give us like a couple of days before it's supposed to renew to let us know you don't want it. Okay? Ooh, sorry. Just a minute. I've got the wrong. Okay, just a minute, Michael. I put in the wrong link. Okay, let me do it again. Configure, Fibonacci, help, copy. And again, go down to the detail, what it says listed below. This is what I mean. Click on that link also, all right? There you go. Well, we do have call. So here we go. We have the call volume and the put volume today, if that's what you're looking for. Now, don't let me down, JB. Oh, sure, Riley, sure. I know you won't. Yeah, I don't see any recent headline for it. TYHT, but yeah, something is causing. Wow, I mean, going from 13 down to 7, just like not quite like that, but yeah, big drop. The person who got it, well, luckily they can't trace stuff like that to Canada, JB. I mean, not that I did it. Then we have a halt resumes. So, whoa, GRCL. So that got halted on the way down, and yeah, I don't see any specific news on it. Not very much volume either, so not going to worry about it. So one of the things, Gordon, you can do, I know you're asking real about Bollinger Bands and stuff. You can put the Bollinger Bands on our charts, and you can see yourself. Okay? These brownish lines here, these are the Bollinger Bands right here. Okay? you can add them, and then you can see whether something is above or below or in between the Bollinger Bands yourself. Okay, it's just a matter of right click, indicators, and Bollinger Bands. Okay? So just right click on a chart. I'll start a new chart. Whoa, so with this new build, this new build that I've got, when you click on a new chart, you get a giant chart. Somehow, for some reason, it loads into this Pro Doc. That's okay. I'll just duplicate this one. So you just right click indicators and click on Bollinger Bands, and then you can, put whatever, I think the typical is 20 periods, 2 standard deviation, as Real was saying before. And then most people want it in another, in the same chart, as opposed to a new chart area. Most people would want it on their chart. And then you can just pick whatever color you want. Okay? 20 period, not 2 period, 20 period. Now that I mean that is pretty standard. Tell. Somebody wants me to check Tellurian. Yeah, I mean, this is one, of course, we saw yesterday, or 2 days ago. Had the big pop yesterday. Another pop, didn't really move, but it sort of sold off a little bit. I mean, my way of thinking, I actually still have a price alert set up here around 420. Why? Because if it can take, 4 months ago, sorry, that was the high was about 439. And I think I put an alert here at, so the high 4 months ago was 439 or so. You can see if it can take that out, then it's got a lot of room, to 7, 8. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but I would not be interested personally unless it took out that high, and then it might have a run. I do okay, when you say yes, I mean, the only thing I have outside of TI, I do have a trading view chart. I have the trading view chart for, plus it shows me, we only have our data it starts at 7 in the morning. So, this chart goes to 4 in the morning. And also to keep an eye on the channels. Okay, but other than that, everything is within Trade Ideas. Okay, you guys, I think what's happening is miscommunication. So between @Lily and @Real, okay, that's all. So forget about Lily, okay? He was talking to JB. JB had his credit card compromised. Real was saying you can get some kind of a phone alert. So that's all it is. So guy, you can just sort of forget about it, okay? Yeah, it's your fault. In fact, I'm going to call Kelly right now and have her rescind your trial. Give me a moment. You're too much trouble. Imagine somebody just showing up now saying, my gosh, what a horrible moderator. The beta does work with E-Trade, yes. Does not work with Fidelity. Now you're talking about Brokerage Plus. You're talking about, okay, yeah. I always have to make sure people get the wrong idea, you know. They think that if you don't have an Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account, you can't use Trade Ideas. But you're just talking about using this window called Brokerage Plus. Does not work with Fidelity, no. Speaking of which, I took this trade in the simulator just as to demonstrate. That's pretty boring. LCII or LCI. So if I want to get out of this trade, I just have to flatten it. I just hit flat, click on flatten. That is a hotkey, so that gets me out of the trade. These are some hotkeys. Could have got out of half my trade or doubled my trade. Flatten gets you out. Yeah, I mean, I can only speak from personal experience. I've never had an issue with IB. No. William, no. We were talking about something completely off topic about credit cards and getting phone alerts if you've to warn you that you're having, I guess, unauthorized usage. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay. Enough. Jeez, look what you started, JB. Anyway, all I was saying, yeah, with Interactive Brokers, I mean, I've had them for, wow, it's got to make 4.5 years now. I have had no issues as far as I'm concerned with getting fills and all. Now, I don't know if you're like a super duper high frequency trader, that if you can't get a fill right to the absolute penny, I don't know what to say. But you know, I do day trade, so I've never felt that there was an issue for me anyway. Can you custom formula as a column to B plus? You mean create your own column in B plus? No. Is that what you mean? So are you talking about creating your own column? Like, so the columns right here, exit price, close P&L, etc. These are the columns. Is that what you're talking about, creating your own column? Just want to make sure. Because if you're talking about creating your own column, no. I mean, here are the columns we have, and that's it. No way to create a new one. Okay, no. We have a lot of columns here. Yeah, .a is not. It's not recognized by Brokerage Plus. If you're trading your or not Brokerage Plus, but Interactive Brokers. If you're trying to trade your real account. Oh, it is recognized now. Interesting. Well, well, if I go in at the market right now, 400 shares at the market, just took it. So I don't know what's going on then. I just did. You just saw me do it. No explanation, Gordon, if you can't do it. I just showed you that I did it. How do I personally use relative volume? Well, most of my scans, I mean, this has a relative volume. I mean, relative volume just obviously, I mean, if I have a high relative volume, I'm only going to see stocks that are very, very trading abnormal volume. So, I mean, so I put a minimum of 4 in here. I think I put a minimum of 3 in my gap continuation or reverses. I do know that before, the dot A and dot B was not even recognized by interactive brokers. It would not load at all, but I notice now, it doesn't say dot, it says LGF space A as an example. Yeah, I don't know what to say, Gordon. I don't know why I just did it. I'm going to flatten it. I'll do it again. And I'll buy it again. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem to be an issue. Well, guys, Otley is rearing its ugly head again. OTLY is right, so it's above. You actually got quite a bit above. Now, this is again, this is not a recommendation. I'm just pointing out. You know, this is an IPO from what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days ago now. It finally yesterday it touched the 2-day high. Now it looks like if it can stay over that 2-day high, this might have a run. I mean, there are a ton of people behind this. Well, I wouldn't worry. I mean, Gordon, I mean, you know, it's one symbol. So if this can stay above, what is the high there? 23.25. If this can close above that high, that might get it running. Now, it did hit a high earlier at 23.77. A lot of big financial names behind this, and this is a lot of celebrities behind this one, this OTLY, including Oprah. So this is why I've been interested in this one. You know, is it starting finally to really run? Well, again, now you understand that this is not a recommendation, but I mean, I probably, you know, because this is a swing, okay? I mean, this for me, if I ended up taking this one, this would be a swing. So because it would basically be at an all-time high, there's obviously no resistance on top. So I would want to, I would probably put a stop, right around 20, maybe 2097 or something, or around 20. That would be my low, 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 low stop. Maybe here, 21. Okay, got to give it some time. You've got to give it some room. But because there's no resistance, I mean, it could go, anywhere. But as a swing, you have to have more room, in my opinion, anyway. Well, IPOs are not for everybody. And the reason being, I mean, in terms of trying to place a stop, etc., there's not a lot of history, is there? Just not a lot of history. Well, the open P&L, a series, if you're in a trade, and right there, my entry is 1915. The last is 1915, so I have no open P&L as zero. I mean, if I had, if this were at 1920 or anything other than 1915, I would see a value here. Yeah, I mean, IPOs are not easy because there is not the history. So the only reason I'm semi attracted to this one is because of who was involved in this as financially, and then again all the celebrities that are involved. So it's got some kick to it, just to refresh. And again, I'm not pumping this at all. It was just intriguing to me. So let's just take a look. I mean, it's rare. I mean, first of all, okay, it's got the right, environmental, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so there's that. But look who's behind it: Morgan, JP, Credit Suisse, Barclays, Jefferies, et cetera, et cetera. Look at all the secondaries. Okay, and I think if you go up here, I can't remember where it started talking. Well, there, Natalie Portman, former Starbucks CEO Howard Schultz, Oprah, Jay-Z. You know what I'm saying? It's just got a lot of people behind it. Does not mean it's going to do anything. Well, it doesn't matter whether it's an AI trade or not a Siri. If you don't close out your position at the end of the day, it'll carry forward, and then you'll start seeing you'll have another open P&L and a today P&L for it. Okay, so it doesn't matter whether it's an AI trade or any other trade. If you can use this simulation, or if you're connected to your IB or E-Trade account, you can use it for swing trading too. When I say swing trading, I mean if you don't close out a position at the end of the day, then it carries forward to the next day. So you can practice swing trading in here also. So you see now my open P&L. All right, let's paper trade OTL. Why? Let's do it. Okay. Now, would I take it right here? Maybe, but we'll just do it, just for fun. Let's take 400 shares. What's the market at? Yeah, I can buy it right at the market. It's only a penny spread. And we'll put a stop way down here. Say 21.77. Actually, right here, maybe here. 21.78. Let's see what happens. There we go. Do you need to update your Trade Ideas software? Probably not. I mean, if it's not working, if that particular, like the one with the .a or .f or whatever it was, isn't working, and you're on the, okay, is it the end of the world? I'm sorry to say it like that, but is it the end of the world? I mean, there's so few like that, but what version do you have? Click on Help and About. What version do you have? Okay, I'm up $50. I'm gonna get out of it. All right, let's see what the latest version is. That sounds like that's a production version, but that's okay. No, you're on it so you're on the beta 4. Yeah, there's nothing for you to update. You're on the latest version that you can have. There you go. So the Dreamer was able to. So I don't know what to say, Gordon. You seem to encounter difficulties. Well, that's what it is. It's interactive brokers. Okay, I thought you said it was in the simulator. I could have sworn you said it was in the simulator. And I said that if you right now interactive brokers does okay, but that's got nothing to do with interactive brokers. The simulator's got zip to do with interactive brokers. It's using our real-time data, so it's got nothing to do with IB. But IB, looking at it, doesn't say dot. Ah, well, there, okay. Okay, that's the reason. Because IB doesn't have it as a dot A, it has it as a space A. So there's nothing wrong with the account. Yeah, okay. Sorry, you're pumping that thing, red carpet. I don't know who. So I'm just going to put you on out. Well, you know what? The fact that we designate it as dot A, I mean, Gordon, listen, I mean, man, there are thousands upon thousands of stocks. You might find the odd one that when we have an appendage, it's not the same appendage as that IB sees. Okay? So, I mean, there's very, very few stocks that like a dot A or that you're going to want to trade. So what'll happen is it just won't take the trade. That's all. So as you say, will it create an issue? It just won't take the trade. You can, yeah, you can, if you want to, yeah, you can. I'm looking right here. It says, I don't want to dwell on this too much, Gordon, but it says, I'm looking at it, it says LGF and a space A. I don't see a dot as an example. So for the 1 in a 1,000 stocks that are like that, maybe you'll have to do that. Yeah, when I typed it in, it created a space. Okay. I'm truly not trying to be mean to you, Gordon, but I mean, there's this, you know, maybe there are some minor limitations that you're going to encounter every now and then. And, you know, if it happens, I mean, unless it was some widespread occurrence, I would just kind of say, okay, and forget about it and move on. Goods. Like Norma Cheers. I know I've said it before, but goods. How are you? All right, guys. Well, it's 1:39. I have had not one new alert in the last 10 or 12, 15 minutes. That's okay. I'm just kind of cruising into this close, guys. In quite a week. All right, guys. Sorry, I hope it works for you, Gordon. I truly, truly hope it works for you. I'm on your side on this one. I really hope it works for you. And just focus on that. Focus on that, and that's it. Don't worry about anything else. Focus on that and see what happens. And start off small. Please start off small. I don't know how much. I don't know how. I have no idea your account size. Don't tell me. I don't care. But just make sure, that you only risk a reasonable amount per trade. Hopefully, you've listened to me enough that you're going to have whatever that risk is: $50 a trade, $100 a trade, $200 a trade, whatever your account size is. And if it works against you, just get out of the trade. Disca. Well, of course, this was one of those ones that was nailed by the hedge fund that got just trashed. So it really hasn't recovered. I don't know what else to say about it. I really don't know what to say about it. I mean, it just hasn't recovered. Until there's some catalyst that's going to get this going, there's really nothing to talk about. Look at the monthly chart. I mean, it's still in a downward trend. Weekly chart. I mean, it's had a terrible week last week. It is the hardest thing to do, especially if you're not doing it in an automated way. It is the hardest thing to do, to admit you're wrong. But you know what? Here's the thing. It's not that you were wrong. You're only going to be wrong if you have a strategy and you lose 20 trades in a row. Well, maybe it's the wrong strategy. Okay? Within reason. But if you can get into a trade for all the right reasons, a great setup, the whole thing, and it just doesn't work. Doesn't mean it was wrong to take the trade. There's a huge difference. 0 for 20, you're hanging it up. Then you know what happens. The next 60 work. But no, seriously though. I mean that's what it is. Do I have any red days? Sure. But I always obey you'll never ever, I don't think you guys have ever seen me take a big loss well, I'm not talking about the dollar amount, but when I get out of a trade, it's usually, 5-6 cents. I mean, that's kind of irrelevant. I mean, that's kind of irrelevant. But you're never going to see me say, well, guys, I'm going to, I'm in this trade. It's just over the whole number, and if it breaks down through the whole number, I'll get out of the trade, and then I don't, and it proceeds to go. Let's just say I took a trade at 2010, and I put my stop at $20, just making something up. I'm out at 20. I mean, if it goes to 1997 or something, I'm out. You're never going to see me hold on as it goes to 19, 18, 17, 16. Ever. Did I used to? Yes. But that used to is many, many years ago. Eyes again with the patent. Oh boy, oh boy. What country now? Cites to be issued a U.S. patent where? So a U.S. patent. Method and apparatus for fitting a visual prosthesis using electrically evoked responses. Well, that's a pretty specific patent. I'll give them that. Well, thanks, Apex, but believe me, it did not come easily. Especially when you first start trading. I mean, it's exciting. I mean, you start placing those first trades. It's exciting, and when they don't work, I mean, there's a feeling of almost disbelief. How couldn't it work? And anger almost. And then it's almost like the five. I don't know. I'm making this up, but the five moods that you can go through. I could probably make make them up, but the five moods that you go through, and the last one is the give up. Okay, you win. You win. I'll get out for the bigger loss than I wanted. That's the last one. But it's it's the ability to realize that you can be I don't want to use the word wrong in a trade, but it can work against you. It doesn't make you a bad person. Okay. Doesn't make you a bad trader. I think that's the last one before the give up. And here's the other one that'll happen to you. I guarantee it. I'm going to guarantee this is going to happen to you. You'll get into a trade. It won't work. You'll be really under. And then you'll start praying. You'll pray to anybody who'll listen. If it gets back to where I bought it, I swear I'll never do it again. And maybe it gets back and you get out, or you don't. you forget all those prayers that you said you get out. I mean, listen, we're all been through it. Well, so real, okay, well, I think my point was, though, that especially if you've practiced trading and there's been trade and you've hit on some kind of maybe a strategy or whatever you want to call it, when you look at the charts and you're seeing something that looks good and you take the trade and you've been practicing and it seems to work, and then when it comes to real, when you're trading with real money, and maybe the first couple don't work, well, I wouldn't be overanalyzing as long as I'm doing everything exactly the same way as when I practiced. Now, as I said, if all of a sudden 10, 12, 15 trades don't work and you're using the same, then you have to really examine, what am I doing? Was this working just because of certain market conditions before? Do I have to change something? Of course, we always have to kind of analyze a little bit, but you can analyze and there's nothing to fix, right? I mean, you could say, hey, I did everything right. I followed my rules. I took the trade where I was supposed to. I got out where I was supposed to. It just didn't work. And I wouldn't look at that trade and go, well, I guess I should do something differently the next time, unless it keeps happening. The definition of insanity, yes. Yeah, it never holds. I've said this one before about this company. I mean, you want to cheer on a company. I mean, obviously this is one of them. You know, you'd love to see something like this really work. Okay, guys, so here's the tell. Somebody was asking about tell before. I mean, this is getting really interesting. I mean, there's the high, 439. We're getting close to that high of 4 months ago. Takes that out. Let's see what happens. I mean, it may not do it today, but if it does it next week and start to fill in this area, I mean, that'd be a wonderful percentage increase if it get even halfway from where it is now to these highs up here. Okay, give me a moment, please. See that stupid Otley? Yeah, we'll see. Here's my stop down here. I doubt if it'll hit it today, but boy, look at this flatlining, this silica SLCA. This was a great short at the beginning of the day, popped, and now look at this flatlining right here. Is that actually an earnings play? LGFA? May 27th post market. So, yeah, for some reason it's not showing up in my it's not showing up. I don't know why. So when you say a relatively, are you talking about taking it now or before? I mean, this is a stock that has been, of course, beaten up a lot. Good Vancouver company, Lionsgate. I know it says Santa Monica, but I don't care what they say. That's a Vancouver company. So you played it on a pullback then, obviously. So the next high looking left is 1968. I mean, I guess you have to be aware of that. And that's the high of a couple of months ago. So there looks to be, a fair amount of resistance, not too far away. You did not wait for the break, okay? Okay, guys, give me a minute. All right, guys, about an hour to go, if that. So one last, because we do have the 3-day, remember the 3-day weekend, guys. Remember, for those of you who don't know, the markets are closed on Monday for U.S. Memorial Day. Okay, so we do have a Memorial Day special for 25% off. Here is the promo code you can use. Okay, so there's the promo code Memorial25, all in capital letters. Okay, right there. 25% off, first month only, or the entire year. This is how much it'll cost. Obviously, don't use that promo code. Use the other one to get 25% off. It won't let me. Oh no. Must be people trying to take out a subscription. We're getting overloaded. Well, let's go here. So this is how much. Now, this is what I would do, guys. Seriously, okay? Do not take out an annual subscription. I know Dan would be rolling right now, but don't take out an annual subscription if you don't know the product. You should start off with a monthly subscription. Okay, you can start off with a standard monthly, 118, less the 25%, or the premium, less the 25%. Now, if you maintain a monthly subscription going forward, this is what you'll pay. But if within a month, within 30 days, you decide, you know what, I really love it, I want to upgrade to an annual, great, we'll honor the 25% promo code, okay? But, you know, don't jump into an annual unless you're really certain that you want this product, because, you know, after 5 days, there's no refund. So that's why, you know, take the monthly first, get to know that you want the product. And little secret, at any point, you know, if you ever said, you know, I took out a standard or a premium on a monthly basis, and you wanted to upgrade at any point, I could probably get you 25% off if you wanted to upgrade to an annual, okay? So you got to be comfortable, be really comfortable with the product. Too much to spend, $228, even less the 25% for not knowing what the product can do for you. And it's not just a matter of what the product can do for you. It's a matter, is it a fit for how you like to trade? Okay? And then the other information on my homepage. Here we go. Trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Stock of the day video that I do. All the scans that I share. My layout. All the individual scans that I share. And the education, big education section. Can't recommend highly more highly than taking the 20 lessons if you start off with a subscription. You know, do yourself a favor. What is a top list? Build a top list, alert windows, creating them. Oh, look at that, big 25% off. Okay, lots of information here. These are not videos, it's all text-based, but really good, just taking a look at the basic features that we have to offer. Again, the support sessions in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. More educational videos. You know, here's a video on starting trade ideas from scratch. And here's a video on the AI. And then the back to basics. Boy, if you're new to trading, this is a great little series. Starting off with what is a stock? Quick little videos done by Michael Noss at Trade Ideas, okay? So lots of information. Save my link. Because especially, you know, the education link and the education section and my scans that I'm sharing, I mean, you shouldn't have to try to do all that while the room's open and all that. You can do it at any time. So just save my link. Yeah, okay, so the difference between premium and standard, the main difference is the AI, okay? That is the main difference. This is what it kind of looks like today. Okay, you have your entry price, you have your stop. How you manage it will be up to you. Pretty good day, obviously the one huge one, the Moxie. The VTNR, not too bad, but the Moxie was the huge winner. So that is the main reason why people want to take a look at our premium service. The other differences, 10, you can have 10 charts in standard, 20 in premium. Okay, that's the 20 and 10. Back testing, if you're in, very few of our customers do it, but if you're into back testing, if you had a strategy, you wanted to back test it, you create your strategy in your alert window, and then you can back test strategy. Very few of our customers do that, but that is a premium service. I think in standard, we give you 10 cracks for free, just so you can see what it looks like. But if you're not into I don't back test. I haven't back tested in years. Well, I think it means price. I think I saw something that Real said you don't have price. I mean, don't you have the price? I wouldn't worry about price to earnings ratio, but okay, yeah, well, I think you should have price to every one of your scans, just so you know what the price is. I don't know. I mean, obviously, it doesn't 100% matter. You know, if you've got a, in fact, this is what I tell our Canadian subscribers, because you can't see a real-time price and you can't see real-time volume. Okay, everything else works. We scan the Canadian markets. Now, you might say, well, that's stupid. You can't see the price, you can't see the volume. Well, yes and no. You can set up your scans exactly the same way so that, you know, you're going to have, you can set up your price range, you can set up your minimum volume and things like that. So you know if you get an alert, it's going to fall in within your criteria. Okay, so you may not see the actual price, but when you click on the alert, it'll load into your, you know, if you have Questrade or Disnat or something else, it'll load into your broker's platform, and of course then you'll see the price and the volume and all, and from there you'll trade it. So, I mean, is it mandatory to see the price? No, I guess not. Boy, look at the pop on VTNR, guys. Is this correct? I don't. So Billy Ray, when you're, I don't know what you mean when you're asking that question. I mean, if you're quoting. I mean, if you're asking, I don't understand the question when you say, is this correct? This this VTNR could be really interesting going forward. I mean, they had the news of an acquisition yesterday. That's what popped it in the first place. And then it's still up another 64% today. But the main reason, I think, is that Wainwright has put a $25 price target on them. Now, whether that happens or not, I mean, but right now that is probably the big interest, as well as the acquisition that happened. But that's what you call a very aggressive price target, to put a $25 price target on a stock that's $6. Oh, I can't tell you that, Shoes. I cannot, in all good conscience. I mean, you're asking me to be almost like a financial advisor. The thing about VTNR is, you have to back out the weekly chart. I mean, we have to go way, way, way back here to 2014, I think, to see these levels. So I don't know. Do you think that whatever happened 7 years ago is going to block it? I don't know. I don't think so. So right now, I mean, is it technically an all-time high? No. But you've got to go back 7 years. So, where this would go from here, I have no idea. No, can't do it. Cannot do it. Can't do it. Wow, this is looking really good. Nicely done. You said you got in at 404. Well, there's that magic 439. Takes that out, and I'm not saying if it takes it out, it's just going to keep moving. But I mean, that's a big level to try to hold anyway. Well, if you flatten it, let me flatten it. Here we go. Boy, that VTNR, wow, this is really moving towards the end of the day. I don't think it is. Look, I don't know. I shouldn't say that. I don't think it is, but let me just see that. Well, it's possible. I mean, the short flow percent is it's getting up there. I've not heard it mentioned with the WSB, but I may be wrong. I don't see. Maybe. I mean, this is the week in which everything was going crazy, but this was going crazy before. I'm sorry. This is not. I'm sorry. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Let me just. That was the week of January 25th. So I don't see. I mean, it's possible. If it is, they didn't do a great job. I mean, maybe somebody can confirm it. I just don't know if TEL is a WSB stock. Let me see if we actually have it in our symbol list as one. VTNR guys. Wow. There it goes, guys. There it goes. $7 now. Okay, well, I'm just going to do a quick check. I don't think it is either. I just want to do a quick check. Okay, so the fact that we don't have it in here doesn't mean it isn't, but we don't have it as one of the WSB stocks. We just added Beyond Meat to it, though. GTT Ija, sorry, I've not been paying attention to you at all today. What? Are you crazy? Give me a time frame, Ija. All right, well, then maybe it is. Yeah, I see this. Okay, you're right. I'm just looking at that headline too. Right here. All right. I'll add it. I got an idea. Why don't we use your voice, Gordon? No, this one continues down now, guys. This PRVB. Wow, what a just a disaster today. Look at this. I mean, this hit $13 in the pre-market, basically cut in half. Yeah, VTNR. I mean, this is one of those where you say, well, okay, can you believe Wainwright? Wow. This price target is really catching effect now. Maybe it does, Dreamer, but well, we got a couple of huge percentage winners from the AI. We have the Moxie, and now this one, 25%, 21%. This is more like it for me, guys, in terms of the number of alerts. Unfortunately, Moxie was not shortable for me. Well, Frank, as long as you sold it from $1, you're looking good. Well, the very first time I saw it, I couldn't short it. When I got the alert, oh, guess what? Not that I want to do it now. They've become available again. Wow, a lot. That's amazing. 233,000. So there's been a lot of short covering. That's amazing. Normally, when I would see something like this that was not shortable, and then when it becomes shortable, you might say 8, 10,000 shares. But there's obviously a massive amount of short covering. Oh, for VTNR. I thought you were talking with the GTT. Because that was, you said GTT, and then you said you're looking for 1125 on it. Right underneath. I'm going, what? All right, guys, oh, wait a minute, got a message here. Wow, VTNR. Wow, 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 wow. Now it is 26%. Will this hold? This could be really interesting going into the close. Check to see how it trades near the end of the day, and then see how it starts trading after hours. I mean, this is a tremendous run on the 2-minute chart. How long have I been doing exactly this in a trading room like this? Since October of 2015. Oh, hi, Cass. I'm sorry, I missed your original posts. I don't know if there's. I'm going to show you. I mean, these are the major changes. Okay, the ability to have several layouts open at the same time. That's probably the biggest change. So, for instance, just give me a moment. Wow. Thou shalt not chase. Okay, well, I just wanted to show you something. Here we go. This is one of the channels, okay? The sector analysis. This is one of the channels. Yeah, just a minute, please. So this is probably the biggest change. Okay, so you're going to be able to have several layouts loaded at the same time. This is the biggest change, and you notice it'll look like a container. So this is actually a channel in our channel bar called the sector analysis. So you'd be able to open it. So you could have your own layout. You could have the channel. You'll also be able to create like a blank, call it a blank doc, and then you could put your own scans and everything into them and then move them around, minimize it so that you don't necessarily want them all open at the same time. But if you want to bring back something, you just unminimize it, just bring it back. Okay, so that's kind of the biggest change, just the ability. It's been asked for a long time. There are going to be some other changes to our charts. I think we're gonna finally add like a gradient, color gradient. Can pick your time frame from within the chart, things like that. But it's probably the biggest change is the docking, as we call it. No changes to the Holly strategies. No. So by the way, I have been given the word that TEL is not a Reddit. It might be a Reddit stock, but it's not a WSB stock. Okay, it is not. I've just had my wrist slapped. It is not a WSB stock. Okay, well, I don't have more than 10 charts. MPS, unless you're talking about the web-based version. I'll answer your question in a minute, BTK. If you're in the web-based version, you're talking about loading my layout? Yeah, the layout, yeah. I do apologize. The web-based version only has 5 charts available. So if you try to load my layout, yeah, because I've got more, I've got, well, what have I got? 6? 1, 2, 3, I've got 7, I guess. I have 7 charts, so yeah, I run into that issue. So identifying what stocks could be a hit for the next day's trading. I mean, this is kind of what I do when I do my scans. You know, these scans for the watch list, I'm looking for stocks that close, you know, relatively near the high of the day. And then I look left on a daily and a weekly and a monthly chart to see, okay, great. You don't, you know, you're near the high of today. Where could you keep going based on these higher time frames before you encounter resistance? So, you know, there is that. So there is a, you know, I mean, doesn't mean absolutely. Not every stock that makes my watch list has a second day continuation. But, you know, that's what I'd be concentrating on. I'd be taking a look at stocks that were pretty active for the day, that closed near the high of the day. You know, maybe on a nice percentage increase, so there was a lot of enthusiasm. And then you start looking at the daily and the weekly and the monthly charts to see, okay, great. Where could these keep going before they hit resistance? Does that make sense? So, because that's kind of what I do. Like the Azul, as an example, okay? Now, did this work out? No. But I was looking at this one. This is why it made the watch list. Because I looked at this daily chart here. So this, when I did my scan, this was on the watch list 2 days in a row. So, because when I looked at this 2 days ago, I said, wow, okay, it's at this level right here. If you take a look on the weekly chart, what's the high right there? 2650. So what's the high right there is 2528, 2513, 2529, 2584. So you can see right there that the high was above all this. In theory, if it wanted to keep going, it would encounter no chart resistance until up here. Okay, now, so it was on my watch list yesterday. Did not take it out, but I kept it on just in case it did. I'm going to keep it on just in case, you know, has a day on Tuesday and maybe takes this area out again and then starts to fill in this void. That's what I do anyway. Now, again, obviously it's not 100% because, you know, yesterday it didn't continue and certainly it didn't do it today. Now, if you're a newbie to trading stocks, you know what I would do? If you could find my homepage tab right there, and click on that, and then click on my link. And when you do that, this is, whoops. Come on. So when you do that, this is what you're going to see. So one of the sections is education. Okay, and if you click here, this gives you this 20 lessons gives you a basic education about trade ideas. Okay, you know, some of the basic features. But if you're new to trading, you can scroll all the way down to the bottom here, back to basics. And again, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. Very short videos, but starting off with what is a stock, okay? So if you're new to trading, this might be a great place to start. And so you can save my link, and then you can, you know, you can look at the education, because there's a lot in the education section. You know, you can do it whenever you have time. Okay, BDK, did you were you able to find my link or my homepage tab within the trading room? If you can't find it, I'll put the link in here so you can take so you can have it, and then you can again do all this whenever you have time. Well, it's a new promo. It's a Memorial Day promo. So the test drive 25 that has disappeared, but of course we have a new one now for Memorial Day, and that is Memorial 25. Okay. I was pretty sure that was going to happen. That will be. I think the email that went out. I think it says Tuesday. So because Monday's the holiday, so I think it's Tuesday, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. So when you say cancel that, please, are you saying cancel the question? Because there's no, they shouldn't be grayed out. I mean, they might be grayed out, but they're usable. Is that what you meant? Oh, okay. That's okay. Wow, look at this thing just screaming higher here. Probably July 4th. Yeah, we typically have the promos major holidays. Yeah, so if you you know didn't want to trade in June for some reason, but you wanted to start in July, yes. So the trend, so the position, you're talking about the position in the day's range, how I have it sorted. It's just showing you stocks, I believe, anyway. I haven't looked at it for a while. Yeah, so it's just showing you stocks near the high of the range, the day's range. If it's that one, let me just load it. Just give me a moment. I use this a lot for my after hours scanning. Yeah, so the position and range. Yeah, so it's just sorted. You can sort on different columns, of course, within a top list window. So yeah, that's just sorting on where it is in relation to today's high. So if you see a little sliver like KYMR, it's not quite at the high of the day. There's the high of the day, as an example. That's why you see a little bit of sliver of green, of white there. If you scroll all the way down to the bottom, these are ones near the, vary is probably closer to the low of the day, as an example. If you wanted to find the ones that were up the most, oops, there we go. So this one is up the most, but it's not near the high. I mean, it's the top list window gives you different looks, depending on the columns that you sort on. So Yes, SRGA is near the high, is up the most in this particular list, but it's not near the high of the day. That doesn't necessarily mean. Well, I shouldn't say. I mean, look at this. It's almost near the high of the day. I mean, 198 versus 190. So it's all proportional, of course. So how you sort on it can be up to you. I always like seeing things near the high of the day. Yeah, you can absolutely add an RSI filter if you want. Oh yeah, it is full of them. Yeah, you just have to click on the different alerts to see what sort of look it's giving you. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys. So I'm just going to put the note in here, shutting the room down at 3 o'clock. If you have any questions, ask away. Meanwhile, MOXE continues down. This is like a horse race, guys. We got a horse race going on here. VTNR, 32% gain. MOXE, 29% gain. And look at these two. Wow. That's correct. So minus 0.25, for instance, I always use my earnings date filters, or when I'm scanning for earnings, I use minus 0.25 and plus 0.25. So minus 2.5 means they released earnings after hours yesterday. 0.25 means they released earnings this morning before the market opened. Though typically those are the stocks that are in play. I would start off as a standard. I don't think you need, unless you're bound and determined to try our AI. But you know, it's an acquired taste, and it would require some chart reading ability. It's not the it's not the magic money machine. So I would probably start off with the standard service. You can always upgrade later if you want. Okay, so 50 days I don't think we have. These are our average, these are our volume. So we have 5 days, 10 days, 3 months. Okay? So stock RSI, probably not. We just have stochastics. If you're just talking about pure stochastics, this is what we have. Yeah, no custom. Yeah, if we don't have the data point, then yeah, you can't manufacture it. So this is what we have for stochastics. What will AMC close now? 100. I don't know. I'm just kidding. Yeah, to me, Domo is just too messy. I mean, May 27th, so it had earnings after hours. So there's the after. To me, it's just very messy. I just look at a weekly chart like that and go, pass. Monthly charts, look at the topping tails. I mean, there's a big bottoming tail this month, but now, having said that, I mean, on Tuesday, maybe it rips right through 80. But I mean, it just, first of all, it's out of the price range that I like. I just find if I look at a chart and it's got all these topping tails and bottoming tails, indecision galore, I usually just take a pass. There have to be easier, for me anyway. I usually size up a chart in seconds and I just say pass. It's either a pass or pass or go. Go doesn't mean, okay, I'm going to take the trade necessarily, but at least, but pass means I'm just going to pass on it. And if it happens to go afterwards, so be it. Oh, yikes, Brian. Oh, I see why you asked. Well, it would have hit some scanner. Okay, TYHE would have hit some scanner. It may not, let's see. Well, it hit my scanner right here. Yeah, basic new lows. But the issue is that it hit late because some of the filters weren't I think that, yeah, the minimum volume was not satisfied until now. It's 500,000. I mean, at that point, the minimum volume was satisfied, okay, that I have in my filters. I'm looking right there. The alert was and it was 537,000. So consequently, the minimum volume had not been satisfied yet. So that's why I wouldn't see it here, 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 here. Now you might say, well, why don't you reduce your minimum volume? Could have, would have seen this. Might have seen a lot of other ones I don't want to see. Yeah. Well, okay, but KJ, understand there's always a trade-off. I can create a scan that'll show you anything you ask me to show. But when you start relaxing your filters, you start, I have a manageable number of alerts. This is all day long. These are the only ones that made a new high or a new low today. I mean, that's not very many. With my filters in place. And there's a good staggering too. I mean, you're always going to get some near the open, but 932, 34, 36, 44. So and then 10, 10:05. So pretty decent staggering. So you're not inundated, one after another every second. Okay, guys. Well, I'm sort of wearying now, if that's a word. Are there any other questions? Yeah, there should be some good hockey this weekend. Only one game counts. I'm going to have a great weekend. I love the 3 days. All right, guys. Listen. I'll stick around if there are questions. Bruins, 100% through and through. Yeah, I'm starting to feel a little ragged. I have to admit, my throat is starting to feel a little ragged right now. Yeah, Dreamer, you're a funny man. Well, Gordon's going to start trading next week with his live account. Let's see how happy he is. Yeah, it's the 4 a.m. that's a killer, I have to admit. But hey, Bruins fan in Vancouver, absolutely. Yeah, well, I grew up in Montreal. That was even worse. All right, guys, I don't see any other questions. So thanks a lot for all the help this week. I hope you saw some benefit in coming into this trading room and not just listening to me, but all the other excellent traders in the room. Real is such a valuable asset, helping people. And there are other traders too. You know who you are, do you? All right, guys, so I'm just going to get my script together. So remember, the market's closed on Monday, okay? Market is closed on Monday. Crypto schmipto. You need a break from trading, guys. You need a break from trading. Okay. All right, guys. At least I do. Okay, guys. Have a great long weekend, okay? And we'll see you. I almost said Monday morning at 9 o'clock. We will see you Tuesday morning at 9 a.m. Eastern Time. That's when I'll open the room. So have a great long weekend, everybody.